a function within the team. This isn't evident with the fullback. While they are all placed in the same team, their function under every manager is vastly different. To understand why, we're going to be taking a look at the tactical advantages of a modern fullback, and how some managers in Europe are benefiting from therefore less instruction. To better understand how managers are transforming what it means to be a fullback, we first need to understand how we got here in the first place. The word fullback goes back to the early 20th century, when the most common formation was the 2-3-5. Throughout history, the fullback had always been recognized as a defender. Initially, the last line was defense, and slowly transformed into a position out wide as the back four grew in popularity. But the main focus had always been their defensive ability. Over time, thanks to some truly exceptional fullbacks, the role started to get more recognition. And as defending teams got tighter and tighter at the back, the idea that the wide defender could now be a viable option started to come. It became apparent that the fullbacks were no longer just defenders. They were now extremely athletic players with excellent crossing accuracy. More and more teams started pushing their fullbacks forward, and great teams were built on excellent offensive fullbacks. As with every transformation, defending teams attacked. They started covering the spaces wide and finding ways to create counters. This meant the space available had changed once more. No longer was the space always out wide, but gaps started to open up between the lines, and it became easier to go through the middle. To do this, managers like Pep Guardiola started having their fullbacks move into a more central position instead of moving between the lines, and thus the inverted fullback started to gain popularity. Fast forward to the modern game, and no two fullbacks are the same, and every manager is learning ways of exploiting this player. To help explain why this role has become so important in the modern game, I sat down with football analyst James Alcott.
I think the intricacies of football have led to there being no hiding place. And I think because there's no hiding place, the places that were hiding places are actually now areas for advantage. I think now as the pitches get better, people are more confident to look to get overloads and be braver with the ball and how they use the ball and how they, and also I think everyone wants to have the ball. I think that's so important now. That you need to find new advantages, and fullbacks coming in and getting involved, going forward or becoming inverted, I think is a possible advantage, and that's why people are taking it.
The key thing James spoke about was this increase in the amount of teams that want to have the ball, and the modern fullback is all about control. To help in my analysis, I use Stockman's X-Value platform, with in-depth metrics on every fullback from over 20 leagues across the globe. You can start a free trial by clicking the link in the description down below, and get 25% off yearly subscriptions with code FootballMeta at checkout. Over the past 2 decades, the biggest trend in football has undoubtedly been the increasing reliance on build-up and a team's ability to control the tempo of the game. This is because a well-organized build-up allows the team to create chances in a much more predictable way, and allows teams to manipulate the right spaces. 20 years ago, when the long ball was still the most common form of attack, it was hard to predict what would happen when the striker went to meet the ball in the air. And these 50-50s meant the ball might get flicked on, it might bounce between the lines, or they could lose the aerial duel to the defender, meaning it was harder to create chances in a pattern that could be replicated in training. With build-up, by having players move into specific positions and completing specific passing sequences, it forces the opposition to cover certain areas and leave other areas free. For example, a team like Brighton will comfortably complete 10 to 15 passes in a specific pattern in order to free up a player between the lines. And this is where the inverted fullback comes into the picture. Made popular by Guardiola during his time at Bayern Munich, the inverted fullback allows a team to overload the center of the pitch and forces the opposition to make a choice. If the fullback is followed into the center, then it frees up direct routes into the winger for easy progression. If the fullback isn't followed, then they can circulate possession straight through the center of the pitch, as the team in possession likely has a big numerical overload. Now, the advantages of the inverted fullback are not only seen during build-up, and even in the opposition's half, this extra player in the centre means the team can more easily circulate possession from flank to flank. And when the team loses possession, this extra layer of central cover means it's easier to stop the opposition creating a quick counter-attack. To perfectly understand the benefits of the inverted fullback, there's no better example than the Trent Alexander-Arnold experiment at Liverpool.
Another year. My God.
You take anything seriously?
No. We have multiple dead, multiple wounded. We need a medevac right now. They can't get us. We're in North Korea. So you're gonna have to get these people out of here. Sir, respectfully, I'm trained to analyze data, not this. Right now, you're the leader. So you gotta be that for them, for yourself. Don't let it end here. We'll go deeper into North Korea. Only the guy who has no idea what he's doing.
No matter how hard it gets, you stick your chest out. You keep your head up. And you handle it.
It's not supposed to be a pep talk.
It's Tupac.
Rockman, behind us. What did you throw? What did you throw?
You will seem pretty smart. Why choose this? Where I come from, there just isn't a lot of options.
The country has given me so much, and I wanted to give back.
Almost there. Let's go. At Biscuitville, our newest biscuit store started 95 years ago in Philadelphia, introducing our Southern Philly fried steak biscuits with fried steak, egg, peppers, onions, and pepper jack cheese. Another fresh Southern twist, only at Biscuitville.
Last season, Liverpool's biggest downfall was their inability to stop opposition counterattacks, often getting caught out as Alexander-Arnold would push up on the flank and leave acres of space at their back. However, towards the end of the season, Jurgen Klopp adopted a slight position change, and rather than overlapping on the flank, Trent would now move into a more central position. This gave Liverpool more defensive cover with an extra central player.
Let's
More
see.
importantly, it opened up the pitch for Trent, who now had more space to use his incredible passing range to pick out the players ahead of him. No longer was Trent providing assists from crosses, but he was now a lot more involved in the team's build-up, completing more line-breaking passes and switches in play. This difference is evident when comparing Trent's past two seasons.
Up by 2, it's over for you.
So, okay, which one's the right one for right now? With Trent is looking for a through. Like, he's not going, it's right up there, and then the other two, it's like, well, I guess if I can trot forward a little bit, then fine. So that is the huge difference between Zinchenko and Trent.
This style is a direct reflection of both managers' philosophy. Arteta comes from a positional play school of thought, and so wants to dominate the game with precise passes moving up the pitch in a controlled way. And so Zinchenko is used to serve this function. On the other hand, Jurgen Klopp's style is a lot more heavy metal, controlling the game with constant pressure and quick attacks. And Trent's longer passing range is perfectly suited for this system. But the difference in function doesn't end there. And as we mentioned at the start of the video, some managers are taking the idea of the inverted fullback to the next level. Some managers in Europe are benefiting by giving their fullbacks a less restricted role. And one player that could be a sign of things to come can be seen with Gutierrez at Girona. As defending teams have slowly learned how to deal with inverted fullbacks, it's no longer the surprising rotation it once was, and the spaces are starting to change once more. In an interview last season, Napoli's head coach Spalletti stated that spaces are no longer found between the lines, but are now found between the players. And the idea of overloads and tight combinations between players is gaining momentum. With Gutierrez, while he starts as the left back, his positioning is completely free, usually rotating forward between the lines, or even dropping deep and helping as a double pivot, with the main focus being creating overloads wherever it's needed. Historically, the fullback on the opposite flank of the attack would be used to provide defensive cover, but by allowing him to join the attack and shift to the other flank, then it can very quickly create huge numerical overload, and makes his movements hard to predict. Girona are a team that can very quickly find tight combinations on one side of the pitch, before quickly and unexpectedly finding players away from the pressure, and with space to push forward. This free roll does, however, come with its risks, and Girona concede a lot of chances from counterattacks, whilst also not having the best defensive consistency, but their attacking output is certainly making up for it. A very similar pattern is starting to emerge with Serie A leaders Inter, with their wingback Di Marco being a huge reason behind their success. While in a slightly different position than wingback, his main responsibility has been to overlap and provide crosses into the box.
What's up, guys? Sorry, we had to take a moment of silence for our last season. We had to take a moment of silence for the devastating loss in the final of the Confederation Cup, which means that we weren't able, and because we put so much focus on the cup, we didn't try to win the league. So now I have to play the league a whole season. I don't know if we're gonna be able to do this challenge. It's looking pretty hard now. Let's see what happens. Looks like the team was trying to see if I was being serious, because now what is up with this little lag thing? Okay, we're still in this match. Hopefully we win. Oh snap, we destroyed them. Well, shout out to the coach. What's up? Yeah. Shout out to the coach. You feel me, bro? Yeah, James's words at halftime were expired. Inspired me not to be able to read. I know that, man. What the heck? Yeah. We're gonna win this trophy, and we're gonna win another trophy one day. Maybe. We don't really need money, but sure, we'll take it all. Bro, what? So I made a couple changes to the tactic. I changed the wide attacking to the initial tactic. So now we are trapping outside, going wide, and then we're gonna go to narrow when we are a goal up. You know, so it makes more sense to come out trapping outside and not caring about trying to win the ball back in the beginning rather than in the end. So it's really just a and then I made the complete wingback that was on support and inverted wingback. So we'll actually watch that just to see how that goes. If this skipping doesn't stop, what the hell? That usually means I'm about to score, but for some reason I don't. You see how it ended right there? Like now it's not skipping no more. We're gonna switch to the vertical. Oh yeah, I'll zoom it all the way. Alright, so now we're looking at the top. Okay. Yeah, that looks actually pretty good. Honestly. I think I'm gonna keep it like that. I could zoom out just a little bit. Yeah. I did see some problems in our tactic though. So we are going to do the inverted wing back. Automatic, yeah, that's kind of cool. And the complete support on this side. Inverted wing back, automatic, complete wing back support. Definitely gotta take that off. Like, I don't even know why that was on. Processing. Alright. Let's arrange some friendlies. No. Yeah, I mean, if I get an offer for a higher reputation club, then I might take it. But if I don't, I don't know. I might as well finish what I started here, you know? Might as well. Might as well. I'm still really bummed out that we didn't win the championship. Or the Confederation. We made it all the way to the final. But we were playing the final away at the opponent's home. So it was set up for us not to win. Mm. 7-1. Okay. Damn, he's expensive. We don't got no bread. You not happy? Get out of here then, bro. 21 mil. Jeez.
21 mil.
What? That's a whole nother 8 hours to try to get this championship. Dedication right here. Yes. I mean, we have nothing important to play for. I just want. I'll sim the season after we do the match. I just want to make sure this tactic's good. We'll see. We'll check it out. Over the whole state with that. We got some of those records. What the fuck, guys? Yeah, that was my fault. They were fucking up the system. Yeah. We fucked up. Oh. We super. Hey, Dan, I missed you, bro. You missed a hell of a game, bro. You missed a hell of a game. We ended up losing 2-1. We randomly got blessed with like 90 million rupees right before the finals. So I like bought all these people. So we were stacked. Like look at our team now. Like, I mean, we still have pretty bad players in key positions. But the players that's in not bad positions are significantly better. So yeah, how was work? We came back for that semifinal. Did you see the end of that? So we won, and then we were in the championship, and then what do you do at your temp work? Like construction, manufacturing. Nice. Up by 2 is over for you.
Up by 2 is over for you.
I'm gonna simulate because I mean I really don't need this season. Oh my gosh, we're not even in the Champions. We're not even in the Confederation Cup. So I'm trying to I'm gonna probably do it indefinitely. I was just making sure that our tactic was good. I was making sure our tactic was good. I just changed it a little bit. I changed the complete wing back that was on attack to an inverted wing back. So now on the overloaded side, we have an inverted wing back. Hopefully we won that game, yeah. So I'm going to probably sim this season because I'm trying to get championships. I'm in my 5th season, still no ship. But it's hard. Oh yeah. Let me show you that oh, I can't. Oh, maybe I can. Asia. Conference Cup. Yeah. Look at the structure of this. You see? This is the Conference Cup. West Asia, Central Asia to each other. And South Asia's by themselves. But whoever wins the group, there's a group stage before these stages. Right? And then you win your group. Then you go into your zone. And then you win your zone. There's a West Asian zone, there's a Central Asian zone, South Asian zone, and in the East Asian zone as well. So there's different zones. Now West Asia plays West Asia, all this other stuff. Now you win your zone battle and you go to the semifinal. That's what we were in. And then we won the final. So there was a semifinal, a final, and then there's another final. So there's 2 finals. There's an interzone final, and then there's a whole Confederation Cup final. So we won the final, and I was like, "Oh yeah, it's great. We're in the championship." And then we have a whole nother final. It's sad. Sad days. Sad days. Sad days. So I'm trying to get through this season as fast as possible, so we can try it again. But we have to win. We have to win the league to get into the cup. But I can't get into the cup. Or when I was in the cup, I put all my attention into the cup, so I like let the players rest on the game days, and it didn't work. It didn't work. Did not work. Oh. Wow. Indefinite. We'll see how we're doing at in at the next transfer window. Or if we're playing somebody good, like this next game. Playing the number 1 team. Oh, come back. Okay. We should easily win. We win this, we go to the top of the league. Easy win, yeah. You like this new view? I like it. Got to do the switch. Will we get it before halftime? Angry. by 2. It's over for you. I came late though. Oh, they took that goal back. Wow. You see the automatic right then? It's automatically went through all of my emails. Up by 2, it's over for you. Let's see what you do this time. Switch it up. Penalty. Okay. That was very clear though. By 2, it's over for you. That came quick. Or not quick, but that came pretty quick. We are going to work on your reflexes. We're going to keep this unbeaten streak, though. Another easy win. He's 28. Hey, we're on TV today. When we win this, we go to the top of the league. Let's get it. This game is taking a little longer. Whoa. Beautiful. Ooh, excited. Switch up. Dan, you still here? Bye too, it's over for you.
It's over for you.
Was he offsides? I don't know. Super penalty. Ooh. They, I'm playing with some heat now. Angry about that one. Angry about that one.
while becoming so much more successful. Since 2000, and a trio of successive League Cup victories against Man City, Man United and Liverpool, contrasted with losing at home against Ipswich, away at Everton, and most recently at home against Leicester City, have been among the most confused and disorientating in Europe. Having finished 5th last season, in their first season under Andy, they spent over £100 million over the summer, which, theoretically, ought to have set them up for a promising campaign. Theories don't work with Tottenham though. They are one of the few clubs, along with Schalke and Stoke, to whom even the most meticulously designed theories don't apply. And following a run of just one win from their last 11 Premier League games, which has seen them plummet from 6th to 15th, I've been inundated with a request to take a closer look at and attempt to make sense of Tottenham's struggles. This is the People's Channel, of course, so how can I excuse? So sit back, relax, and join me on a journey to North London as we take a look at Tottenham's troubles, Postecoglou's waning popularity, and Daniel Levy's seemingly insatiable lust for losing. The Ange Postecoglou era started with fireworks at Tottenham. Literally, I mean, just look at them. From what felt like an emotional, if not a statistical nadir during the Premier League era under Antonio Conte, in which players, supporters, and indeed Conte himself all appeared as though they would rather be anywhere other than Tottenham's new £1 million super stadium, Postecoglou re-energised the club beyond any and all expectations. Having won just 2 of their last 8 games during Christian Stellini and Ryan Mason's interim periods in charge of the club, Spurs won 8 of their opening 10 games last season, including notable victories against Manchester United and Liverpool, and they lost none of them, drawing the other 2-2 against Brentford and Arsenal. 10 games into his tenure then, Postecoglou have made the best start to life of any manager in Premier League history, ahead of Goose Hiddink, Carlo Ancelotti, Pep Guardiola and Phil Brown, 4 of the greatest managers of all time, and his accomplishments were recognised with 3 successive Premier League Manager of the Month awards in his first 3 months in charge. Postecoglou hadn't just got Tottenham firing on all cylinders from what felt like the club's lowest ebb of the modern era in terms of morale under Conte. He had got them winning games while playing football that was everything supporters felt that they had lacked under Jose Mourinho, Nuno Espirito Santo and Antonio Conte. It was fast, expansive and endlessly entertaining, as Tottenham refused to let teams off the hook, played with perhaps the highest line that the Premier League has ever seen, and never sat back, not even when they were 1, 2 or 3 goals to the good, with little time left on the clock. Postecoglou's fast start, and fast hardly does it justice given the context, was made all the more impressive given that he arrived in the same summer that Tottenham lost their all-time leading goal scorer Harry Kane. Kane scored 280 goals for Tottenham, including 32 in his final campaign. His contribution to the club was so great that Pep Guardiola famously, or perhaps infamously, once termed Tottenham the Harry Kane team, a comment which he later claimed had been misunderstood. Sure, Pep. Yet, without him, and without any direct replacement, Postecoglou had Spurs scoring more goals than ever before. It all felt a little bit too good to be true for Spurs fans, for so long the butt of the joke among the Big Six, and, ultimately, so it proved. 15 months on, Ange Postecoglou hasn't won a Premier League Manager of the Month award since October 2023. Spurs have won just 9 of their last 30 Premier League games, and Ange Postecoglou is now the overwhelming favourite with all of the bookmakers to be the next Premier League manager to lose his job. It's not the first time, though, that a manager's time at Tottenham has soured. For all of the bad blood by the end of his reign, there was a great deal of excitement when Antonio Conte was first appointed. He won 6 and drew 3 of his first 9 games in charge, and he took Spurs from 9th to 4th place in his debut campaign, qualifying for the Champions League. Jose Mourinho only lost 2 of his first 8 games in charge, and even Mauricio Pochettino, who obviously had a much longer honeymoon period in North London, even with all of the credit that he had in the bank from turning Tottenham into a Champions League team for 4 successive seasons, was sacked after a run of 5 games without a win, which caused Daniel Levy to lose faith in his abilities. With Tottenham's 2 most recent managers, Nuno Espirito Santo and Antonio Conte, currently flying high with Nottingham Forest and Napoli though, sat 3rd and 1st in the Premier League and Serie A tables respectively, significantly outperforming expectations, there are those who question whether sacking yet another manager is really the wisest course of action. At the same time, heat has turned on chairman Daniel Levy and owners the ENIC Group unlike ever before. In a lot of ways, it makes perfect sense. Almost all of Tottenham's struggles can be viewed through the lens of their ownership. Joe Lewis, the ENIC Group's majority shareholder, until transferring his 70.12% of the company's shares into a family trust in 2022, ahead of pleading guilty of insider trading, is not known to be a Tottenham fan, or even a football fan for that matter. Though Lewis is intensely private, except when it comes to divulging private information about publicly traded companies, of course, he has attended, on average, less than 1 game a season during his quarter of a century associated with the club, and before buying Tottenham, he also invested in the likes of Rangers, Slavia Prague, AEK Athens, Vicenza and FC Basel. Lewis is an investor and a former trader whose Tavistock Group, co-owned by Levy and him, has invested in banks, restaurants, resorts and farms among many other things. Lewis's primary motivation, to all intents and purposes, with all of his investments, has been to increase the value of the asset that he owns, and Tottenham are no exception. To this end, he has been extremely successful. Both broadly speaking, he is the 520th richest person in the world, with an estimated net worth of more than $6 billion, but specifically relating to Tottenham, Levy and ENIC acquired a majority of Tottenham shares from Alan Sugar for less than £50 million. At the time, Tottenham was valued at between £60 to £80 million, which was less than the likes of Leeds, Lazio and Newcastle. Today, Spurs are valued at over $3 billion, which is more than Arsenal, Chelsea and Juventus. They might be 15th in the Premier League right now, but Tottenham is still the 8th most valuable club in all of world football according to Gegenpress. And the Levy and ENIC Street Tottenham's value confirms close to 2,000%. Total aberration. Not once in the last 15 years have Spurs finished outside of the top half of the success and support. project, or what I think we need to do, together again, to try and improve. That is a little bit up to Daniel, of course, to the club, to be happy with us, because after 3 years, I think we need to assess that period. I think Daniel is going to listen to me, but you know me, and sometimes I have some crazy ideas. In this type of situation, with a club with our unbelievable fans, being brave is the most important, and to take risks. End quote. The following summer, Spurs became the first team not under an embargo not to sign any players during a summer transfer window in the history of the Premier League. They also didn't sign any players in the January window, and they fell from 3rd to 4th. The following season, Pochettino was sacked. His successor, Jose Mourinho, who isn't one to refrain from criticising his employers for not sufficiently backing him in fairness, I suppose after a few years under Roman Abramovich everyone can seem ham-fisted, echoed a similar sentiment, decrying the fact that during the summer, in which he and his team identified
Hey, Lo. What's up, Rand?
Ruben Diaz as primary targets as centre-back,
How's it going?
instead ended up with a 22-year-old Joe Rodon, who arrived for £11 million from Swansea City, having never played Premier League football before.
Panera's packed with flavor bagel just got stacked with even more for just $7.99. Meet our new Asiago Bagel Stacks. Choose from the chicken Roma with grilled chicken and green goddess dressing, the spicy steak or zesty Tuscan. Only $7.99 each and only at Panera for a limited time.
Hello? Ran?
Sleep at night on a mattress from Mattress Firm, so I sleep.
At the President's Day sale, save up to $700 on Sealy. Get matched at Mattress Firm, sleep at night.
This season's recruitment has prompted similar complaints among Spurs fans, which have reached a crescendo recently in light of the club's league position and abysmal results. Ange Postecoglou has an extremely distinct and, some might say, dogmatic idea of how football should be played, or at least how his team should play, and it was apparent last season that, when he had his best team available to him, Tottenham were capable of beating anyone. Emphatic victories, like thrashing Newcastle and Aston Villa 4-1 and 4-0, illustrated just how good Postecoglou's team could be, but depth and key areas of weakness were an obvious concern. At centre-back, Tottenham looked a shadow of their usual selves whenever either Christian Romero or, especially, Mickey van der Ven were sidelined, the latter's recovery pace proving so crucial in Tottenham's high line, where losing the ball in transition and being forced to deal with counter-attacks is a feature, not a bug. Holding midfield, where Edith Basuma showed promise but ultimately couldn't do the job of, say, a Declan Rice or Rodri at Arsenal or Man City, and up front where, despite scoring plenty of goals, Spurs lacked a focal point without a single genuine out-and-out centre-forward at the club, not yet having even attempted to replace Harry Kane. I don't think that it would be unfair to say that none of those problems, certainly no more than one of them, were addressed in the summer window. Centre-forward is the debatable one, as Dominic Solanke arrived for £55 to £65 million subject to add-ons, following a 21-goal season at Bournemouth, but how he has been utilised is another issue. Meanwhile, at centre-back, Tottenham made no reinforcements, leaving them with only last January's arrival Radu Husin and makeshift centre-back Ben Davies as Romero and Van der Ven's deputies, and in holding and central midfield, only Archie Gray, who has played primarily at fullback this season, and Lucas Bergvall, two 18-year-olds, were brought in to bolster Tottenham's ranks. That would have been problematic in the context of Spurs trying to push on from finishing 5th last season under ordinary circumstances, but in the context of Tottenham not having any European football to contend with last season, early cup exits, and therefore a much lower workload, it has been catastrophic. Spurs only played 41 games last season. They've already played 35 games so far this season. In January, they are guaranteed to play at least 54, and they could theoretically play 60 plus. Combine that with Ange Postecoglou's intense training regimen, the Australian is known for putting on short, but very physically demanding sessions, in which the ball is constantly recycled, similar to Marcelo Bielsa's so-called murder ball, and players are expected to train as they would playing games, and
Postecoglou's incredibly demanding style of play, in which Spurs cover more ground and make more sprints than just about any other team in Europe, and Tottenham's injury crisis this season begins to make sense. Postecoglou has appeared visibly frustrated in press conferences this season, either hinting or, at times, outright stating that the extent of Tottenham's injury crisis isn't fully recognised by either pundits, journalists or supporters, and he is probably right. Every manager complains about injuries all the time. If they didn't, the world would be sucked up into a massive swirling vortex, admittedly granting us all a sweet release from having to coexist with Piers Morgan, but Tottenham this season has been about as bad as it gets. Ange Postecoglou has lost his goalkeeper, Guillermo Vicario, both of his starting centre-backs, Christian Romero and Mickey van der Ven, summer signing Wilson Odobert, and Brazilian forward Richarlison to long-term setbacks this season. Meanwhile, Ben Davis, Edis Basuma, Rodrigo Bentancur, and Heung-min Son have all had short-term spells on the sidelines, and the likes of Destiny Udogie, Jed Spence, Tabitha Sarr, James Maddison, Timo Werner, Brennan Johnson, and Dominic Solanke are also all currently injured. That is 16 players, and the end result is bleak. If you look at the 11 that started for Tottenham in their most recent 2-1 defeat at home against Leicester City, even against a team in the relegation zone, that result probably shouldn't come as any great surprise. Antonin Kinski is a 21-year-old goalkeeper who has been thrown straight into the deep end following his £12.5 million arrival from Slavia Prague. Of Tottenham's back four, only Pedro Porro would be in with a shot at starting if they were at full strength, with Rodriguez and Davies a seriously shoddy centre-back partnership, and 18-year-old Archie Gray shoehorned in at left-back. The midfield is a slight improvement, but it speaks volumes that fellow 18-year-old summer signing Lucas Bergvall has arguably been the standout in there in recent weeks, and though Tottenham's front three is undoubtedly the strongest area of the team on paper in light of their current injuries, Heung-min Son has been painfully out of sorts recently. Richarlison suffered a groin injury and had to be substituted in that game, and Dejan Kulusevski, a rare bright spot this season, had one of his worst games. The problem for Ange Postecoglou isn't just that these players are good, yet he is being forced to play them regardless. It is worse still. The fact that he is having to play them, as he is acknowledged, when several of them need to be rested, as Spurs play almost the game of these 3 games, we are leading 7 and giving up 2 goals a game. Only for Meanwhile, one of Tottenham's 3 remaining substitutes, goalkeeper Brandon Oxford, is even with those names listed on their bench, Spurs still weren't able to name a full 9-man bench, and it is no exaggeration to say that the Leicester City substitutes, which boasted names like Conor Cody, Patson Daka, Steffi Mavridis, Facundo Buonanotte, and former Spurs man himself, Oliver Skipp, was stronger than the Tottenham one. In fact, owing to Oliver Skipp alone, there were more Premier League appearances for Tottenham on the Leicester City bench than there were on the Spurs bench. Any manager would struggle under these circumstances, but that is not to say too dogmatic in his tactics, personally, I think can be a little oversimplified and over-exaggerated. The idea that he could just flick a switch and play a low block to navigate the choppy waters at times changes the way that he approaches games, though he is as to blame for perpetuating that narrative as almost anyone else. In big games, where Spurs have enjoyed some of their best results this season, Postecoglou has made a number of individual and collective sweeps that have paid dividends, even if the intensity and attacking intent has remained a constant. Other decisions, however, like rushing both Christian Romero and Mickey van der Ven back from injuries and starting them against Chelsea, for which both Postecoglou and his medical and conditioning team must surely take some responsibility, has perhaps proved to be the most damaging moments of Tottenham's season, and there have been a lot of them. In some ways, that game was like a microcosm of Postecoglou's entire time in North London. Spurs started brilliantly, racing into an early 2-goal lead and blowing Chelsea away. They lost key players like Romero in the first half and Van der Ven in the second to injuries, preventing them from being able to maintain their high intensity without being split wide open. They didn't make any adjustments despite that obvious impairment. They made a couple of really stupid mistakes, namely giving away 2 totally brainless penalties, and they ultimately lost the game 4-3 in what was a fantastic spectacle for neutrals, but added 0 points to Tottenham's tally this season. Tottenham's underlying attacking stats this season have actually been pretty impressive. Only Manchester City have made more progressive carries in the Premier League this season, only Man City and Liverpool have made more progressive passes, and only Liverpool, Chelsea, Bournemouth, Man City and Newcastle have a higher expected goals. Defensively, there are more obvious deficiencies, but Spurs are still significantly underperforming their overall underlying data. Where we see the most concerning statistics for Spurs, easy for me to say, unsurprisingly, is in transition. Only Newcastle have been dispossessed more times in the Premier League this season, and Spurs have the lowest percentage of successful take-ons in the entire division. The shining light for Spurs this season, and one of the reasons why, at the time of recording at least, Ange Postecoglou still has a job, has been their form in the cup competitions. Europe may be a massive drag on Spurs in terms of workload, fatigue and injuries, but their Europa League form, where Spurs have won 4, drawn 2 and lost only 1 of their group stage games, sitting pretty up in 6th, and already safely through to the knockout stage, has far exceeded their Premier League form. In the FA Cup, despite the third-round scare against Tamworth, Spurs put the non-leaguers to the sword in extra time, winning 3-0, and booking their spot in the 4th round, where they will face Aston Villa. And in the League Cup, they have already knocked out Coventry, Man City and Manchester United, and they lead 1-0 in the semi-final following victory in the first leg against Liverpool, who they face for a spot in the final next week. To winning. Until then, opposition to Enid and It's halftime. So easy. You can do it during halftime. To bet on it. The sentiment among Spurs fans towards Postecoglou is somewhat split. In light of recent results and the club's league position, inevitably, some have lost patience. Others, however, feel as though Postecoglou hasn't been sufficiently backed in order to implement what is undoubtedly a very ambitious way of playing, that he has been unfortunate with injuries, and they can see, on occasion, what his team is still to Peter McWilliam, one of the earliest architects which is also a period of a little over 5 years. Spurs have a net spendable of €650 million, which is the fourth highest figure in the Premier League, ahead of Man City and Liverpool, roughly on par with Arsenal, and only significantly trailing Manchester United and Chelsea. In terms of player profile, Daniel Levy wants to stop the cycle of signing relatively mediocre players on whom Spurs can potentially get burnt, and turn their focus instead to young players with lots of upside, like our Archie Gray and Lucas Bergvall, or tried and tested Premier League players, where there should be a lot less variance in terms of what Tottenham gets, like a 27-year-old Dominic Solanke. It is a strategy which is not without merit, but buying for the future is causing Spurs serious problems in the present. We saw the same thing happen at Chelsea over the past 2 or 3 years, whose more than 30 signings since Todd Bowley and Clearlake Capital arrived have an average age of just a little over 22. If you wanted to be optimistic, you could point to Chelsea's improved fortune so far this season, a few years into that project, but even they are only 6th after spending an eye-watering amount of money, which is, vastly more than Spurs have spent, purchasing arguably a higher calibre of young player, and certainly a far greater number of them. What's more, while their net transfer expenditure has increased significantly, in terms of wage budgets, which is and tends to separate the men from the boys in football, Spurs continue to lag far behind the Big Six rivals. A £222 million wage bill for the 2023-24 season puts Spurs way behind Arsenal at £327 million, Chelsea at so lucrative. whom they have been linked, with the same options to appear on your screens now, along with Forest haven't turned a profit once in the last 10 years, losing more than £300 million during that time. They have had 6 different managers in the last 6 years, and they have burnt through players unlike almost any other club in England. Of the team that won Forest the Championship playoff final in 2022, just 2.5 years ago, only club captain Ryan Yates still remains. Only 3 of Forest's 30 signings the season after winning promotion started in their most recent victory away at Wolves, and they have signed a further 28 players, including loanees since then. It's a project which has been overseen by Greek shipping magnate and owner Evangelos Marinakis, a man who has been beset by scandal, serious allegations, and legal battles both within and outside of football, and also owns Olympiacos in Greece and Rio Ave in Portugal. In many ways, whether it be the multi-club ownership model, the scandal-riddled owner, the overspending, the high turnover of managers and players, their PSR breach and their points deduction, Nottingham Forest have followed the blueprint laid out by a series of crisis clubs that I have talked about on this channel over the years as part of my ongoing What on Earth is Going On series, and yet they are currently 3rd in the Premier League table over halfway through this season, level on points with Arsenal in 2nd, and above the likes of Chelsea, Newcastle United, and Manchester City. If Forest were to win against Liverpool next Tuesday, which surely cannot be ruled out for a club on a run of 6 straight victories, during a season in which they have already won against Liverpool at Anfield, they will be just 3 points behind the league leaders, and, strange as this is going to sound, surely, at that stage, in a title race. Forest's rise from finishing 17th last season and being the 5th favourites to go down this season before a ball had been kicked, to Champions League, if not title contention with 18 games to go this season, despite breaking, in some cases quite literally, every rule in the book, has to be one of the stories of the season, not just in English, but throughout world football. But how have they done it? Is it sustainable? And what kind of precedent does it set? I don't know. Mad though, isn't it? Anyway, thanks for watching. No, I am just kidding, of course. What am I like? That is, of course, what today's video is all about. So sit back, relax, and join me on a journey to Nottingham, the birthplace of Jermaine Genius, Harold Shipman, and the bloke who invented traffic lights. So, taking lives, saving lives, and allegedly sending inappropriate text messages to colleagues in equal measure, as we take a look at the rise of Nottingham Forest under Nuno Espirito Santo this season, which has been as remarkable as it was unexpected, the situation at the City Ground both on and off the pitch, and what it means for promoted clubs, most of whom have found life so difficult in the Premier League in recent years. One of the comments or accusations that has been made most often about Nottingham Forest this season is that they're lucky. Sometimes this is an accusation which is just levelled at Forest by embittered supporters of clubs that they have just beaten or leapfrogged in the league table, but other times It is a claim which is based upon Forest's underlying data, and in some respects, it is true. Forest have the 6th lowest expected goals in the Premier League this season, at just 25.4, which is less than either Crystal Palace or West Ham, who sit 14th and 15th in the Premier League table, yet they have scored 29 goals, outperforming their expected goals by more than any club other than Brentford and Wolves. That is thanks largely to the incredible conversion rates of Forest talismanic centre-forward Chris Wood, who has scored 11 goals already this season from only 32 shots, 18 shots on target, and an individual expected goals of just 6.9, which is less than the likes of Dominic Solanke, Brennan Johnson and Kai Havertz, who have scored just 7 goals each this season. What that means is that over 1 in 3 of Woods' shots so far this season have resulted in goals, which is a better record than either Mohamed Salah or Erling Haaland, bettered only by Brian Mbeumo in the Premier League this season, and over 60% of his shots on target have nestled in the back of the net, which is also a better conversion rate than either Cole Palmer or Alexander Isak. Before Nuno arrived at Forest, Wood had scored just 4 goals in 22 games for the club. Factor in his time at Newcastle, and he had scored just 9 goals in his last 62 matches, and with his time at Burnley as well, it was 12 goals in 86 games over the preceding 3.5 years. Wood equalled his tally from his first 12 months and 22 games at Forest in just 2 games under Nuno, including a hat-trick away at his former club Newcastle United, which was 75% as many goals as he had scored in 2 full seasons and 35 Premier League appearances for them. In terms of output, Wood has gone from averaging 0.13 goals per game in his last 86 appearances to 0.61 goals per game since Nuno's appointment, and almost 5 times improvement on his record in front of goal, and he only needs 3 more goals during the entire second half of this season to make this his best ever Premier League campaign. What's more, it's not as though Wood is some kind of up-and-coming talent who was improving all the time and has just continued that development under Nuno, like, say, Liam Delap this season at Ipswich Town or Alexander Isak at Newcastle. He is 33 years old. It's extremely rare for a player to experience such a dramatic upturn in fortunes in front of goal at that age, following 3.5 years of relatively meagre returns, and when it does happen, they're almost all Italian rather than New Zealanders. Defensively, meanwhile, Forest have been absolutely rock solid. They have the 3rd lowest expected goals against in the Premier League this season, trailing only Liverpool and Arsenal, and while they have still outperformed their underlying data, with just 19 goals conceded, from an expected goals against of 21.2, by any metric, Forest defence have been absolutely superb this season. That's despite the fact that no team has allowed the opposition to have more progressive passes or progressive carries against them in the Premier League this term. Just as Chris Wood has been lethal in the opposition box though, Forest have been brilliant in terms of their defensive shape and decision-making in their own final third, and particularly inside of their own box. Nikola Milenkovic and Murillo, signed in 2023 and 2024, have been outstanding at centre-back, and, I would argue, probably the best centre-back pairing in the league this season. Neither Milenkovic nor Murillo were unknown quantities that Forest plucked out of nowhere. Milenkovic is a Serbian international who already has more than 60 caps to his name, and was linked with the likes of Arsenal, Manchester United, Liverpool and Inter Milan during 7 highly impressive seasons starring for Fiorentina. West Ham even agreed a fee with the Serie A side for Milenkovic in 2021, before the deal collapsed owing to what West Ham deemed to be unreasonably high wage demands, at which point Spurs both tried and failed to swoop in and steal the deal. Following a quieter season at Fiorentina last season though, it seemed as though interest in Milenkovic was somewhat subdued over the summer. Though he was contracted to Fiorentina until 2027, Forest were able to sign Milenkovic, who is still only 27 years old, for just £12 million. That is less than Leicester City paid for either Yannick Vestergaard, Harry Souttar or Wout Faes. It's less than Burnley and Fulham paid for Ben Gibson and Alfie Mawson back in 2018, and it's also less than a third of the £40 million that West Ham paid to sign Max Kilman in the same window as Milenkovic, who is also aged 27. Murillo, meanwhile, who has been an absolute revelation, caught the eye of Napoli, Man City and West Ham following his breakthrough at Corinthians, but it was Forest who pulled the trigger and signed Murillo, also for around £12 million. West Ham, therefore, very nearly had Forest centre-back partnership. Instead, they're 14th.
As a member of Navy Federal Credit Union, Rob feels financially at ease, which means he can worry about other things, like, what if the fish is really big? Become a member today. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
You ate all my pizza rolls. These are like $100.
No, Totino's pizza rolls are 10 for about $1.
Never touch this fly.
What's it called?
The spiky red one.
On February 14th, leave civilization behind.
What was that? Please excuse me.
Paddington in Peru, rated PG, February 14th.
It is no exaggeration to describe Murillo as one of the best Premier League signings in recent years. Still aged only 22, only Morgan Gibbs-White played more minutes than him for Forest last season, as the Brazilian picked up the Player of the Season award at the end of his debut campaign. Called up to the Brazil squad for the first time in November, it feels as though it is only a matter of time until he is starting games for the Seleção, and he must surely already be worth in excess of £50 million. Forest's fullbacks, Nico Williams and especially Ola Aina, have also been superb. Aina, who looked a little raw and rough around the edges at Hull City, Fulham and Torino, has been perhaps the greatest beneficiary of Nuno Espirito Santo's appointment. Aged 28, it appears as though everything has finally fallen into place for the London-born Nigeria international. He ranks 11th in the entire league in terms of dribblers tackled, 17th for interceptions, and 10th for tackles inside of his own defensive third, all while averaging a dribble and 32 passes a game. Meanwhile, his speed, stamina and dynamism down the right flank in possession is vital to Forest's fast and direct counter-attacks. There are other ways in which Forest are very unusual for a team sat third in the Premier League table after 20 games. They have kept the least possession of any team in the division for a start, and this is a division which contains Sean Dyche's Everton. They have completed the fewest passes of any team into the final third, and they have played the fewest crosses into the penalty area. Basically, Forest don't pass the ball. While they lack in guile, creativity and possession though, Forest more than make up for in terms of runners, both on and off the ball. Elliot Anderson, Morgan Gibbs-White, Callum Hudson-Odoi and Anthony Elanga are all fantastic dribblers and ball carriers, capable of making something out of nothing. They're also all quick and industrious, or at least they have been since Nuno got his hands on them, which is vital for Forest, who don't see a lot of the ball, but win lots of interceptions, especially high up the pitch, where they look to have quick turnovers and get a shot off from as few passes as possible. Another quirk of Forest's game under Nuno is a willingness to try their luck from range. Only Wolves, on average, have shot from further out than Forest in the Premier League this season, and despite having scored nowhere near as many goals overall, only Chelsea and Man City have scored more goals this season from outside of the box. In some ways, Nuno has just simplified everything at Forest. He has a robust and energetic midfield engine room, pace and power throughout the team, meaning that Forest can just outfight and outrun a lot of their opponents, even without seeing much of the ball, a couple of quick and tricky wingers, a proper old-school centre-forward, and a solid back four built around two centre-backs who love defending and will happily throw themselves in front of anything. It sounds awfully simple, but of course, it is anything but. Forest recruitment, in terms of building such a physical team that win duels, work hard and break at speed, was all very deliberate. Steve Cooper did an outstanding job at the City Ground, winning promotion 2 and then keeping Forest in the Premier League, and Nuno very wisely built upon Cooper's good work, rather than ripping everything up and starting again. Last season was the opposite of this one, in the sense that Forest underperformed their underlying data, finishing 17th when, by most metrics, they ought to have been safely up in about 12th or 13th. A 4-point deduction didn't help, but with or without that in the end, Forest's league position would actually have been unchanged. Forest's expected goals, progressive carries and passes, and possession are basically unchanged from this season to last. They've actually seen slightly less of the ball this season, while sitting pretty up in third, than they did last season when they were languishing down in 17th. Even defensively, in terms of expected goals against, Forest had the 5th best record in the division last season. So little has changed on that front. What has changed, aside from Chris Wood and Matt Sells playing out of their skin at opposite ends of the pitch, and the crucial arrival of Nikola Milenkovic, is the belief that Nuno has instilled in his players the familiarity that everyone now has with their roles, partly because of him simplifying things and partly just because he didn't radically change them and they have become more familiar with them naturally, and his fantastic man management skills. There were doubts around Nuno Espirito Santo's suitability for the role when he replaced Steve Cooper a little over 12 months ago, following an ill-fated 17-game stint at Tottenham, where he only won 8 matches, and his 20 months managing Al Ittihad in Saudi Arabia, where he was sacked following an alleged fallout with starman Karim Benzema. I must admit, I had my own doubts at the time over whether he was the right man for the job. It is easy to forget, however, that, albeit aided by heavy investment and a favourable relationship with super agent George Mendes, Nuno took Wolves from the depths of the Championship to 7th in the Premier League in a remarkable 4 years at Molineux, where he just returned and won comfortably with Forest, just a week after also beating another one of his former clubs, Tottenham, 1-0 at the City Ground. A football obsessive, who is described as being at his happiest working with his players on the training ground, Nuno never really got the time to work with his players at Tottenham, in an unhappy marriage in which he had been about Daniel Levy's 8th choice appointment. Meanwhile, a circus surrounded Al Ittihad in a league where football, incidentally, is about the 8th most important thing. Forest might not have radically altered their style or some of their underlying data, but it is evident how important Nuno's first pre-season, having arrived midway through last season, has been to Forest's excellent form this term. Aside from the tactical tweaks here and there, Nuno is an unusually personable head coach who likes to create a family atmosphere in which all of his players feel valued and as though they can come to him about anything. That is easier said than done with a squad the size of Nottingham Forest's, but through smart rotation, intense training sessions, and constant dialogue, he has so far been able to do it. In that sense, a cup run, Forest face Luton in the 3rd round of the FA Cup this weekend, could be a blessing rather than a curse, allowing for even more rotation, and for those at risk of growing frustrated to feel more involved. It is also far easier, of course, to justify leaving players out when you're winning every week than it is when you're losing, and Nuno has used his bench this season to great effect, something that he was often accused of not doing very well during his time at Wolves. Taiwo Awoniyi's size and strength adds a different dimension to Forest's attack, even when he isn't scoring goals. Whether it is Alanga, Jota Silva or Ramon Sousa, Nuno is always capable of adding fresh and fast legs on the flanks. Willy Bolly has been brought on to shore up Forest's backline this season to excellent effect through his experience and aerial prowess. Meanwhile, James Ward-Prowse, signed on loan from West Ham, is capable of keeping hold of the ball, killing off the game from the bench when Forest are already in front. As important as simplifying things and instilling belief has been, there have also been some interesting tactical tweaks as well. Having settled on a 4-2-3-1 formation during pre-season, it was evident that, while still remaining highly disciplined and organised, Forest players were afforded the licence and greater freedom to get forward and create overloads in counter-attacking situations. They have become outstanding at set-pieces, scoring the 2nd most goals from dead ball situations in the league this season. And then there have been the game-by-game alterations, like Olorena man-marking John McGinn out of the game against Aston Villa, or the subtle traps that Nuno has laid for Forest's opponents in transition after hours of watching them, which might seem minor, but add up to make a huge difference over a season. It seems as though Nuno has learnt as much from his failures as his successes, and is now doing the job of a lifetime at a club that actually wants him. For a manager who wants his whole team to feel valued and like a family, for Nuno himself to have that feeling, unlike at Tottenham where he was more like an unwanted orphan, is a factor that ought not be downplayed. One player who I have only mentioned fleetingly so far, but who has been integral to the Nuno Espirito Santo project at Forest, is Matt Sells. When Nuno arrived at the City Ground, one of the reasons why Forest were underperforming a lot of their underlying data was due to their difficulties in goal. Despite having 2 full internationals in their ranks, Matt Turner signed for £10 million from Arsenal, and Odysseos Vlachodimos, who was brought in on big money following 5 years as Benfica's number 1, Both had struggled and made high-profile errors at Forest, and both have since been replaced. Sells arrived 12 months ago for £5 million from Strasbourg, with his background in England constituting of 9 games as Carl Darlow's number 2 at Newcastle in the Championship. So out of the 5,000 players signed by Forest over the last few years, the then 30-year-old probably wasn't the one who inspired the most excitement. His consistency, the confidence he engenders in the players in front of him, and his occasional match-saving or winning moments have been as transformative as anything else at Forest during the Nuno era, though, with the possible exception of Chris Wood's goals. He currently leads the race for the Premier League Golden Glove this season, an award which has never previously been won by a goalkeeper not from one of the Big Six clubs. If you wanted to be pernickety in terms of identifying possible hurdles or pitfalls for Forest, if Chris Wood stops massively outperforming his expected goals, and even the best players in the world struggle to consistently outperform to this extent for an extended period of time, his replacement Taiwo Awoniyi has gone from scoring 10 goals in his debut campaign at Forest to 6 last season, and he only just scored his first of the current campaign in 16 matches, in injury time when Forest were already leading 2-0 against Wolves. And if Sells suffers any kind of regression, not that he looked to be heading in that direction whatsoever against Wolves, the tight games that are currently going in Forest's favour, of which there have been many, could just start to turn. With all of that having been said, Awoniyi, like Wood, has proven that he can score goals in the Premier League in the past. I think that he too is a bit of a confidence player who is more than capable of hitting a purple patch of form when given a run of games, if Wood were sidelined for a decent amount of time. After they face Liverpool on Tuesday night, Forest then have 3 winnable games against Southampton, Bournemouth and Brighton, 3 teams, especially Southampton, with radically contrasting styles to their own, which has suited them so far this season. And much as we can talk about the possibility of losing key players, we ought not forget that Forest are about to welcome 2 of them back. Ibrahim Sangare, who was signed for £30 million from PSV in 2023, brings even more athleticism and dynamism to the Forest midfield, and recently returned to first-team training after 4 months out with a torn hamstring, and, even more significantly in my view, is the imminent return of Danilo, who was signed for £16 million from Palmeiras in January 2023, and whose praises I have sung repeatedly on this channel. Quite possibly the player with the highest ceiling of all at Forest, along with his compatriot Murillo, Danilo arrived midway through Forest's first season back in the Premier League, coming into a relegation battle, aged 21, adapting to a new league, language and culture in the process, and yet he was, quite possibly, Forest's best player during the second half of the season, driving them forward from midfield, looking like adapting to the Premier League was the easiest thing in the world, and even chipping in with key goals against the likes of Brighton and Southampton, which helped to keep Forest in the Premier League. He has been out since the start of this season with a broken ankle, and Nuno has the luxury of being able to phase him back in owing to Forest's fine form and a plethora of midfield options. But at his best, he starts every game as one of the first names on the team sheet, and probably earns a call-up for Brazil at some stage. Off the pitch is where there are perhaps some more substantive concerns. Whereas some teams, like Sheffield United, Brentford or Luton, view Premier League promotion as an enormous financial windfall, the proceeds of which they can use to fix long-standing economic problems or put long-term building blocks in place for the future, with varying results and degrees of success, it must be said, Nottingham Forest adopted a somewhat different strategy, spending all of that enormous Premier League revenue in their first season, and then some. Following a decade of losses under Evangelos Marinakis, Fawaz Al-Hazawi, and indeed even the late Nigel Doughty before that, culminating in a more than £300 million financial black hole between 2012 and 2022, Forest managed to make their biggest loss ever, £67 million pre-tax, in their first season with Premier League revenue. That was a result of modest revenue by Premier League standards, £155 million, which was the 3rd lowest figure in the division behind Bournemouth and Southampton, contrasted with a £170 million transfer expenditure and a huge spike in the club's wage bill. Forest actually set records, both for the highest spending season in terms of transfers and wage expenditure, by a newly promoted Premier League club, forking out more than the likes of Tottenham, Newcastle and Liverpool on new signings, and increasing the club's wage bill by 145% from 59 to 145 million pounds in a single season, which is practically unheard of, immediately amassing a mid-table Premier League wage bill higher than the likes of Fulham, Wolves, Crystal Palace, and even West Ham's. That is despite the fact that West Ham's revenue is over 50% higher than Forest's. In the 10 years building up to Premier League promotion, there wasn't a single season in which Forest spent less than 100% of their turnover on wages alone. In the 2020-21 and 2021-22 seasons, the club spent a truly eye-watering 202 and 197% of their turnover on wages, which are exorbitant figures even by the mindless standards of the Championship. Premier League revenue reduced that ratio to 94%, despite the 150% increase in Forest wage bill, but that is still an abnormal figure by Premier League standards. Only Leicester City, who were relegated that season with the highest budget outside of the Big Six, spent a higher percentage of their turnover on wages. Meanwhile, the divisional average, in terms of the median figure, was just 75%, and the mean even lower still.
Excuse me. Play you for those ultras?
Well, we're kind of high level.
Fascinating.
Ice cold.
The spending didn't stop there, though. In fact, since winning promotion to the Premier League, only Chelsea, Manchester United, Tottenham, Arsenal and Newcastle have a higher net spend than Forest, placing them ahead of either Liverpool or Man City, and even solely in terms of outgoings, rather than net spend, they have spent more than Liverpool and Newcastle, and roughly the same amount as Man City. Of course, there is some important context surrounding those figures that needs to be taken into account. Of the Forest team that won the 2022 Championship playoff final, 5 of their starting 11 were either on loan, out of contract, or would be sold at the end of the season, along with most of their bench. The Forest squad, admittedly, through no one's fault other than their own, needed almost entirely rebuilding ahead of life in the Premier League, and the club would argue that without intense spending, their prospects of survival would have been somewhere between slim and non-existent. They could back that claim up by pointing to last season's promoted clubs, who went straight back down with a whimper, ironically helping to keep Forest in the division, despite a 4-point deduction, along with the current plight of this season's promoted clubs. It sets a worrying precedent for the Premier League that Nottingham Forest gamble and breaching of the league's PSR rules so far looks like a risk that was worth taking, and could potentially inspire other clubs to pursue a similar route. It is also worth noting, in more ways than one, that things could have been very different. Forest's playoff final win, by the narrowest of margins against Huddersfield Town, came at the last possible opportunity for them, and without it, they would have had to make significant cutbacks or become very inventive with their accounting in order to meet Championship FFP requirements, and their Premier League rule-breaking only didn't cost them because, firstly, it was considered a minor breach, resulting in only a 4-point deduction, and secondly, the 3 promoted teams last season were historically terrible. The 27 points required to survive in the Premier League last season was the fewest in the history of the division, as Sheffield United, Burnley and Luton all stank the place out, and Forest's tally of 32 points, following a 4-point deduction, would have seen them relegated in 27 out of the 29 seasons since the Premier League became a 20-team league. With the benefit of hindsight, it might look like a masterstroke, but it could easily have gone horribly wrong, and anyone who looks to replicate it in the future might not enjoy quite such good fortune. There is also the risk of further breaches. The club's 2023-24 accounts haven't been published yet, and likely won't be for a little while, but Forest will be required to have made an adjusted profit of £10 million, given their heavy losses in previous seasons, which, minus allowable deductions, means that they would pretty much have to break even. That might seem like a tall order for a club spending almost their entire turnover on wages, who also sacked Steve Cooper and appointed Nuno Espirito Santo during that period. And it is. But the lucrative sale of Brennan Johnson for £47.5 million to Tottenham, booked as pure profit in their accounts, as Johnson came through Forest's own youth ranks, Meanwhile, their more than £100 million transfer expenditure will be amortised over the length of the contracts in question, should have given them a fighting chance. Even after that sale, Forest was still projecting a loss of between £12 to £17 million. It is all change at the top of the club meanwhile. Just before Christmas, Forest appointed a new CEO, Lina Saluku, who joined Olympiacos as a legal advisor to Evangelos Marinakis back in 2016. Within just 2 years, she had become general manager, earning the trust of Marinakis, which she still enjoys. Her new role, which she started just 4 days ago, is expected to comprise of overseeing all 3 clubs within the Marinakis empire, which he soon hopes to make 4, but with a particular focus on Forest, who already have a revenue more than 3 times the size of Olympiacos's, owing to the finances of Premier League football. In the summer, Saluku will be joined by Edu, who was poached by Marinakis from Arsenal, and appointed as a sporting director. It's no secret that working within a multi-club ownership model was a major motivating factor behind Edu's decision to leave Arsenal, and Marinakis is reported to be in active talks to acquire Vasco da Gama, 4-time national champions and 1-time Libertadores winners from Edu's native Brazil, following a relaxation of rules relating to private investment in Brazilian football. It would be fair to say that Marinakis is not as universally beloved everywhere else as he currently is in the city of Nottingham. Born into immense familial wealth, Marinakis' father was a ship owner, Olympiacos shareholder, and a right-wing politician who died in 1999. Marinakis, who was educated at the private Richmond American University in London, was his mother and father's only son, and he inherited his father's business and wealth upon his death. Since then, Marinakis has become a hugely influential figure in Greek public life. Marinakis owns entire media groups and free-to-air television channels, ensuring favourable coverage in 2 of Greece's largest newspapers and the country's second most watched TV channel, but that hasn't stopped him, and Olympiacos, from being accused of match-fixing and using his own personal finances to exert control over other clubs, in addition to being implicated in a drug trafficking investigation after the joint Greek and American authorities intercepted a Nor-1 tanker containing 2.1 tons of heroin in the port of Piraeus in 2014. Marinakis was cleared of all charges due to insufficient evidence, but in a high-profile trial, former Olympiacos board member Anilios Katsonis received a life sentence along with 4 other co-defendants. I tried to avoid treading on old ground on this channel, but for more information about Marinakis, his ownership of Olympiacos, and the multiple allegations that have been made against him, you can watch a video that I made about 3 years ago which is titled "Why Greek Football and Olympiacos Are So Controversial." Since then, Marinakis' estimated net worth has risen from $630 million to $3.7 billion, and he has gone from being Greece's 21st to the country's 3rd richest person. That is partly down to his ownership of Nottingham Forest, an asset which he acquired for a reported £50 million in 2017, but one that is now valued at around $500 million. Nottingham Forest's success this season, as with Aston Villa's last season, and the likes of Brighton and most notably of course Leicester City's before that, has been a breath of fresh air, at least from a neutral perspective, in an increasingly stagnant and static Premier League, where competing with the rich 6 long-term is an almost impossible task. Forest would point, along with a couple of other clubs, to the league's PSR rules, which they have already fallen foul of once, as the primary cause of that problem, and they feel vindicated in their decision to roll the dice and break them. Others might argue that Forest took a big gamble, benefited from a healthy dose of good fortune, and are heavily dependent upon the continued heavy personal funding of a very controversial Greek shipping magnate. It is easy to be cynical, of course, and, well, you should be. But even taking Forest spending, rule-breaking, and not inconsiderable risk-taking into consideration, which could, of course, have gone horribly wrong, this season has been remarkable, and if they can qualify for the Champions League, it will be probably the biggest shock in the Premier League since Leicester City won the title. Only one team during the Premier League era has amassed 40 points from their opening 20 matches and not finished in the top 5, which is likely to guarantee Champions League football next season. Following the Pep Guardiola revolution in English and European football, whatever the pros and cons, It is refreshing in some ways to see a team with quite literally the least possession in the entire division sitting pretty in third, above Pep's Manchester City themselves. What's more, while Chris Wood is the exception at 33, most of Forest's star players, whether that be Gibbs White and Hudson-Odoi at 24, or Mario Alanga and Elliot Anderson, all aged 22, are still improving. This is a team and a squad which, theoretically, should only improve. And while only time will tell whether Forest can maintain their current results with so little possession or their ridiculous conversion rate in front of goal, that would suggest that this is more than a mere flash in the pan. That is it for today's video, but thank you all very much, as ever, for watching. Hit the like button if you enjoyed it, let me know your thoughts down below in the comments, and of course, goes without saying, even though I literally always say it, make sure that you are subscribed and have notifications turned on, not just for this channel, HITC7s, although also this one, but also my second channel, Alfie Potsama, both of which should be about to appear on your screens now, along with a couple of videos that you might enjoy watching after this one. You can also find me on Twitter, Instagram, Threads, and now Blue Sky, should for any reason you wish to do something like that. Links to all of those, plus a whole lot more good stuff, should be down in the video description below. Cheers.
Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
Cheap lighters, we the best. And with up to 3,500 likes, the hits keep coming.
Despite marketing itself as the most unpredictable league in the world, for at least the last 10 years, and arguably well beyond, the Premier League has been the precise opposite. The rich six, Arsenal, Chelsea, Liverpool, Man City, Man United and Spurs, have rarely finished outside of the top 8. The middle of the table has barely shifted from season to season, and the same teams have routinely yo-yoed between the Championship and the Premier League. Last season felt like the culmination of all of this tediousness. Manchester City won their 6th Premier League title in 7 seasons, which is the same number of titles that Bayern Munich and PSG have won over the last 7 years in what are often referred to as one-team leagues, becoming the first team to win 4 successive top-flight league titles since the Football League was founded 136 years ago in the process. Arsenal finished second for the 2nd successive season, and were once again the only team to get near to Pep Guardiola's side. None of the rich 6 finished outside of the top 8. 9th place to 17th was basically unchanged from the previous season, and the 3 promoted clubs went straight back down, putting up among the most pitiful showings in the history of the division, amassing points tallies of just 16, 24, and 26. As a result, Nottingham Forest and Everton both survived despite being hit with 4 and 8-point deductions for breaching the league's profit and sustainability rules. It seemed as though the financial disparities within the Premier League, between the Premier League and the Championship, and between English football and everywhere else, had created a permanent settlement whereby the Premier League status quo had been practically set in stone. But contrary to all expectations, this season has thrown up several surprises. Manchester City, perhaps most notably, have gone from 4 straight Premier League titles to enduring such a terrible run of form that they are currently outside of the division's top 5. Nottingham Forest have gone from finishing 17th last season, just 1 place above the relegation zone, to 3rd in the Premier League over halfway through this season, despite being among the favourites to go down before a ball had been kicked. And Bournemouth, Fulham, Brighton and Brentford are all currently above rich 6 constituents Tottenham Hotspur and Manchester United in the Premier League table. It begs the question, were we wrong to assume that the Premier League had become a closed shop? And are the league's marketing team actually right to portray it as being uniquely competitive, unpredictable and entertaining among the world's leading divisions? The Premier League certainly seems to think so. An article on the Premier League website earlier this season claimed that 2024-25 could be the most exciting Premier League season ever, although the same article also described the 2023-24 season as, quote, an all-timer, so maybe they're not the most reliable source, and some further investigation is required. So sit back, relax, and join me on a journey from Bournemouth on the south coast to Newcastle in the northeast, as we take a look at why the Premier League became so predictable in the first place, how and why this season has been different, and whether it marks a genuine turning point for the biggest, richest and most watched league in world football, or whether this is just a blip. I sometimes see it said that English football has never been especially unpredictable, and that the breakaway of the Premier League from the Football League in 1992 had a negligible impact upon the level of volatility in the top flight of the English game. After all, Liverpool won a remarkable 10 First Division titles in 15 seasons between the 1975-76 and the 1989-90 seasons, so just 2 years before the advent of the Premier League, which is as extreme as Manchester United and Manchester City's dominant spells during the Premier League era, and only 4 other teams, Arsenal, Everton, Aston Villa and Nottingham Forest, won the title during that time. Liverpool were an aberration though. Never before in English football experienced anything quite like it. The only team who came close were Arsenal, who won 5 First Division titles in 8 seasons, all the way back in the 1930s. Nicknamed the Bank of England club at the time, owing to their record-breaking spending, Arsenal's period of dominance was halted by the outbreak of World War II. Thankfully, it hasn't taken anything quite that extreme, just Rodri suffering an ACL injury, in order to stop Manchester City in their tracks. Between Arsenal and Liverpool's periods of dominance, which came roughly 4 decades apart, Portsmouth won back-to-back First Division titles, Tottenham, Nottingham Forest and Ipswich all won First Division titles in their first seasons after winning promotion from the Second Division, the last of whom were relegated again just 2 seasons after that, and Derby County won the title in only their 3rd season following promotion. Manchester United, just 6 years after becoming the first English club to lift the European Cup, were also relegated from the First Division in 1974. Meanwhile, Liverpool were relegated 7 years after winning the title and spent the next 8 seasons in the Second Division, and Aston Villa were relegated just 6 seasons after winning the First Division, and only 5 after they won the European Cup. All of these events are virtually unimaginable now. The sole exception to this is Leicester City winning the Premier League in the 2015-16 season, which was so remarkable, in large part, because this sort of thing, which was once possible when the league table was so much more interchangeable from season to season, no longer seemed to be feasible. The reason why it became seemingly impossible, and why the fundamental principle of a fluid Football League pyramid based primarily on merit was eroded, was because of the obscene way in which the breakaway of the Premier League impacted the finances of English football. Prior to 1992, 50% of the Football League's revenue was distributed to First Division clubs, 25% to Second Division clubs, and 12.5% each to teams in the 3rd and 4th Division, that is, the Premier League, the Championship, and Leagues 1 and 2 now. So, effectively, First Division clubs had twice the revenue of Second Division clubs from the central pot, and Second Division clubs had twice the revenue of 3rd and 4th Division clubs. Fast forward 30 years, and the Premier League paid out a total of £2.78 billion to its 20 clubs in broadcast revenue in the 2022-23 season, compared to less than £250 million in the Championship, excluding parachute payments. In other words then, the gap in revenue from the central pot between the first and second tiers of English football has gone from a ratio of 1 to 2 in 1992 to 1 to 13 now. If you wanted to know why promoted teams find it so difficult to survive in the Premier League these days, let alone to try and compete at the top end of the division, as happened occasionally in the past, there are a few better explanations. Within the Premier League itself, likewise, or the top flight of English football, huge disparities have emerged. The Premier League has far more equitable revenue distribution among its own members than most leading football leagues, which is often credited with creating a more competitive division, entertaining matches, and thus increasing interest in the division, but even then, from a completely equal distribution between First Division clubs in 1991-92, the highest remunerated team, Manchester City, made £72.6 million more than the lowest remunerated team, Southampton, in the 2022-23 season. Man City received total remuneration of £176.2 million, while Southampton received £103.6 million. That is a gap of over 70%. It's not the main reason for the lack of unpredictability in competition which the Premier League era ushered in, but it is a part of the story.
For the past few years, the hard-eyes killer has brutally slain couples on Valentine's Day.
He's like Cupid with a vengeance.
Well, the hard-eyes killer arrives in theaters February 7th. Rated R.
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional-grade supplies. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get 4 weeks free when you sign up for Uber One for Students.
Much more significant still is the gap in terms of commercial revenue, where the rich six teams are in a league of their own. Manchester City had the highest commercial revenue in the Premier League in the 2022-23 season at £341 million, meanwhile Bournemouth had the lowest at £13 million. That means Manchester City's commercial revenue was over 26 times larger than Bournemouth's. The gap between the lowest earning rich six team from commercial revenue, Arsenal, at £169 million, and the highest non-rich six teams, Leeds and West Ham, in the 22-23 season, at £48 million, was over 250%. Again, if you wanted an extremely simplistic, but nonetheless very helpful explanation as to why the Premier League has been so predictable for quite so long, that just about sums it up. Newcastle United, who currently have the highest overall revenue outside of the rich six, are much closer to either Southampton or Bournemouth, the lowest revenue-generating clubs, than they are to Arsenal, the lowest revenue-generating rich six club. In fact, they're actually closer to the highest revenue-generating championship teams in terms of overall revenue, namely those in receipt of parachute payments, than they are to any of the rich six clubs, and they are closer to the average League Two team in terms of revenue than they are to any rich six club outside of Arsenal. These are startling, if not quite revelatory figures, and the introduction of Profit and Sustainability Rules, or PSR, has helped to solidify that settlement. Although the breakaway of the Premier League made the top flight of English football far more unequal, Blackburn during the 1990s, Chelsea in the early to mid-2000s, and then Manchester City in the late 2000s and early 2010s, illustrated that it was possible to disrupt the clubs at the top end of the division through enormous spending. These three bankroll title-winning projects, overseen by three very different types of owners, illustrated the changing face of English football. Blackburn's spending was facilitated by Jack Walker, a local-born multimillionaire, albeit one who did become a tax exile of the Channel Islands, who had grown up following Blackburn and passionately supported their club. Chelsea's rise was the result of a takeover by Russian oligarch and multi-billionaire Roman Abramovich, who was born in Saratov, a port city on the Volga River, became immensely wealthy after buying up state-owned assets on the cheap owing to political connections following the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and reportedly came close to buying Tottenham before opting for Chelsea instead. And Manchester City's transformative wealth came as the result of Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, an Emirati royal and the vice president of the UAE, acquiring the club through his investment vehicle, Abu Dhabi United Group. Mansour has attended precisely 2 competitive Man City games since 2008, a Premier League game against Liverpool in 2010, and then the Champions League final in 2023, bloody glory fans, where he was accompanied by the president of the UAE and the ruler of Abu Dhabi, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, lending credibility to the long-held suspicion among many people that Man City were not really privately owned by Mansour, as they claim, but rather by the UAE, a small Gulf state with a GDP of more than $500 billion, which didn't grow up supporting Manchester City because, well, it's a country, not a person, and aside from anything else, Man City are almost 100 years older than the state of the United Arab Emirates, which was basically a creation of the British Empire. We don't need to get into that now. The point being, the ownership of English football has shifted dramatically over the last 30 years, And given that the Premier League is an all-powerful juggernaut owned and controlled by its 20 clubs, or shareholders, they really do now own English football. Whereas Walker, Abramovich and the United Arab Emirates were the great accelerationists, though, the most significant development in terms of the ownership of English football, as with the ownership of almost everything in the UK in truth, has been the rise of American asset management firms. 11 of the Premier League's 20 clubs are now at least part-owned by Americans or American firms, and 10, so half of them, are majority owned by Americans, with Everton, the latest addition, having been acquired by the American billionaire Dan Friedkin through the Friedkin Group last month, a privately owned asset management firm which was founded by his father. American sporting culture is very different to British or European sporting culture, whether that be in terms of the franchise system, fandom, or attitudes towards ticket pricing. There is also a very different concept of sporting competition. Whereas British sports clubs used to be owned by wealthy local benefactors, many of whom never expected to make any kind of return on their investment and were even willing to sustain fairly significant losses, American investors expect returns and seek to guarantee them by any means necessary. I am obviously generalizing somewhat in the interest of brevity here. I have made an entire video solely on this topic if you want a more nuanced analysis of it, but broadly speaking, that is the attitude of American owners. And if you want guaranteed profits, you need guaranteed results, which makes predictability somewhat essential. The irony or juxtaposition here is that American sport is actually quite unpredictable. You could certainly make the argument that the NFL, NBA, and MLS are all more unpredictable than the Premier League in terms of how wildly teams' fortunes fluctuate from season to season, but they are competitive within a very narrow set of constraints. I am reluctant to quote Noam Chomsky in a video about the unpredictability of the Premier League this season, for obvious reasons, but in his 1998 book, The Common Good, Chomsky famously wrote, quote, "The smart way to keep people passive and obedient is to strictly limit the spectrum of acceptable opinion, but allow very lively debate within that spectrum, even encourage the more critical and dissident views. That gives people the sense that there's free thinking going on, while all the time the presuppositions of the system are being reinforced by the limits put on the range of the debate." End quotes. That, in essence, is American sports. There is lively competition, which creates the illusion of unpredictability and drama, but within very narrow parameters, with the lack of promotion and relegation removing the ultimate drama and risk inherent in European football, while guaranteeing shareholder returns. It is no secret, nor should it come as any great surprise, that a massive influx of American owners, many of whom hold these views or those like it, has resulted in them becoming much more prominent in English and European football. We saw that with Project Big Picture, if you can still remember that one. We saw it with the European Super League proposals, which, make no mistake, still haven't been vanquished. And we see it with the incremental changes that take place in terms of how European football is structured. 14 is the magic number in order to pass major reforms in the Premier League, basically a two-thirds majority, which the Americans are close to achieving. Meanwhile, they might find non-American ears sympathetic to their ideas at the likes of Spurs or Forest. That means we are essentially relying on dictators, pornographers, and a Chinese megacorporation to safeguard English football. And if you think that's bad, you are naive and idealistic. This is all, of course, perfectly normal and healthy, and exactly how things should work. Hey, it could be worse. At least we're only selling off our football clubs to American asset managers, global megacorporations, and foreign billionaires or states. Not anything serious like our public services, utilities, and major infrastructure. Now, hang on. Never mind. In 21st century Britain, the idea of the British state, or God forbid, supporters themselves owning a football club is tantamount to communism, but a foreign state owning British football clubs? Well, that's just free market capitalism. All perfectly normal. Move along now. So that is how and why we have ended up where we are, and why the Premier League has become so predictable, and is unlikely to become significantly less predictable anytime soon. But what explains the specific strangeness of this season? Firstly, it is just worth addressing how strange this season has so far actually been. The relegation battle, for example, hasn't been particularly strange at all, at least outside of Manchester United's involvement in it. That was a joke, but not as much of a joke as Manchester United fans would probably like. The three promoted clubs currently make up the division's bottom three, just as they did last season, with Wolves and Everton the two teams above them. That is near enough the exact bottom five, or at least the bottom four, that most people expected coming into this season, so there are no great shocks to be found there. Given the strength of those three in the Championship last season, it should be said, compared to the top end of the Championship this season, you also wouldn't be remotely surprised to see the three promoted clubs this season come straight back down again next season. In terms of the top six, Forest's inclusion is the only major surprise, and as impressive as Bournemouth, Fulham, Brighton and Brentford have all been, nothing about them is that abnormal. Even in the case of Forest, and I don't want to take anything away from them whatsoever, going from 17th to 3rd in 8 months is tremendous. It is not entirely without precedent. There have always been teams, even in the Premier League era, like Newcastle United, Aston Villa and Nottingham Forest over the last 3 seasons, who have gate-crashed the top 6 for 1, 2 or maybe even 3 seasons. Previously, we have seen Leicester City, most notably of all, enjoy a couple of 5th place finishes and famously winning the league a few seasons before that. Southampton, who had 4 straight top 8 finishes powered by an excellent academy and recruitment, and even Villa themselves previously, under Martin O'Neill, who finished 6th for 3 straight seasons in the mid to late 2000s, and Everton before them, who cracked the top 4 under David Moyes. The challenge has been sustaining it without the economic advantages of rich 6 or previously top 4 clubs. Leicester were relegated 2 seasons after finishing 5th, and currently find themselves back inside the relegation zone, continually selling their best players eventually caught up with Southampton, who were relegated in 2023, and are currently on course to become one of the worst Premier League teams of all time. Villa collapsed after Martin O'Neill walked out on them, and were relegated as one of the worst Premier League teams ever in 2016. And this is the 4th season in a row now that Everton have been involved in a relegation battle. All of these are collapses on a scale which the rich 6, owing to their economic advantages, seem to be insulated from. Only time will tell as to whether Forest, Villa, Brighton or Bournemouth are capable of permanently disrupting that settlement, but history suggests that it is a near enough impossible task. Arguably, the only thing that has been genuinely abnormal or unusual about the last few seasons has been how bad the likes of Chelsea, who finished 12th in the 2022-23 season, after outspending every other team in the division, and Manchester United, currently 13th despite having the highest transfer spend and net spend in all of world football since Sir Alex Ferguson retired over 10 years ago, have been in relation to their economic situations. It used to be the case that a disastrous season for a rich 6 club meant finishing 7th or 8th. Now you can't rule out dropping into the bottom half. It is hardly the jeopardy of getting relegated, which no rich 6 club has recently come anywhere near to, but it is a shift of sorts. It begs the question, what can clubs do, what are they doing, and whether it is even possible to close that gap long term. Given that the Premier League settlement is the result of an economic chasm which exists between clubs, the only ways of closing that gap are either to massively increase your own revenue, allowing you to compete with those at the top, or remove the regulations entirely which prevent you from spending beyond your means, have the good fortune to be taken over by someone with bottomless pockets, and follow in the footsteps of Chelsea or Man City. The only team that has really done the first is Tottenham, whose revenue has risen from £147 million in the 2012-13 season to £550 million in the 2022-23 season. That is an increase of £403 million, or 274% in just 10 years. Spurs managed to quadruple their revenue as a result of consistently outperforming their relatively modest wage bill, raising significant income through player sales and, more recently, massively increasing their commercial revenue and building a very lucrative stadium. Consequently, Tottenham have succeeded not only in closing the gap in terms of commercial revenue, which is the biggest factor holding non-rich 6 clubs back, through increased sponsorship deals, merchandising, and hosting major events like NFL games, heavyweight boxing bouts, and Beyoncé concerts, they have actually eclipsed both Chelsea and Arsenal in terms of commercial revenue, and overall revenue as a result, as well as almost every club in world football in terms of matchday revenue.
As a member of Navy Federal Credit Union, Rob feels financially at ease, which means he can worry about other things like, what if the fish is really big? Become a member today. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
The hard-eyes killer strikes again, killing couples on the most romantic day of the year.
Would Popeye's wing game make your host game MVP strong?
Tottenham had several inbuilt advantages. They were already a big mid-table Premier League club when Daniel Levy arrived. They turned their stadium move to perfection with interest rates at all-time lows, and their location itself, an immutable characteristic for clubs, carries with it plenty of privileges that aren't as easily accessible to other clubs. And even then, with all of that, Spurs still had to get most of their major decisions right consistently over more than 2 decades on the economic side of things in order to end up where they are now with Big Six revenue figures and no trophies this millennium other than a League Cup 16 years ago. It is evident that West Ham and Everton, 2 clubs who also have large fan bases and are firmly established in the Premier League, have sought to replicate Tottenham's economic success by building large and multi-purpose stadiums of their own. Well, building, in West Ham's case, might not be the accurate term. They got the deal of a lifetime with the London Stadium, formerly the Olympic Stadium, which is heavily subsidised by British taxpayers and affords them the 3rd largest stadium and the 2nd highest average attendance in the Premier League. As a result, West Ham's matchday revenue has pretty much doubled since they left Upton Park, up from between £20 to £27 million then to over £45 million now. That is the highest figure in the division outside of the Rich Six, although it hasn't stopped West Ham Stadium move from angering and upsetting a lot of supporters, unlike Arsenal and Tottenham's much more seamless transitions. Everton will hope that their move to a state-of-the-art new 52,888 capacity stadium at Bramley Moor Dock next season will more closely resemble the 2 success stories in North London, having forked out an estimated £750 million on the project, plus interest. Aston Villa and Nottingham Forest likewise, who feel hamstrung by their more than 125-year-old stadiums, which rake in just £19 and £11 million a year, despite their significant support and far from modest ticket pricing, are exploring their odds. With Villa having been granted approval for Phase 1 of a £400 million redevelopment that will take Villa Park's capacity to over 50,000, and Evangelos Marinakis determined to expand the city ground to more than 50,000 seats, and, reportedly, would even entertain an unpopular move to a new stadium on a new site, should his attempts to renovate and expand the city ground be rejected. We have seen, however, that even a large and profitable stadium, while undoubtedly very useful, cannot close the gap on its own. Even West Ham, with the 2nd highest attendances in the Premier League, and a stadium which is situated in London, still have matchday revenue worth less than half of Arsenal and Tottenham's, and less than a third of Manchester United's, and their commercial revenue, which is also the highest outside of the Rich Six, is a quarter of the size of Tottenham's and barely a 1/6 of the size of Manchester City's. Borussia Dortmund have the highest average attendances in all of world football, yet their matchday revenue still significantly trails rivals Bayern Munich's, and their commercial revenue isn't even half of the size of the Bavarians. There are no easy solutions. Nottingham Forest have adopted a somewhat novel strategy in response to these various headwinds, as I covered in a recent in-depth video about them, of simply spending significantly beyond their means in order to get to where they want to be, and worrying about increasing their revenue and various regulatory concerns or punishments that might come their way later on. Forest's strategy has so far proved successful. They survived in their first 2 seasons in the Premier League, unlike a lot of promoted clubs, and they are currently on course to qualify for the Champions League this season. That might inspire copycat strategies. There are already several clubs who do just that in the Championship, with the aim of unlocking the riches afforded by Premier League football. But as we have seen in a number of those cases, and almost saw with Forest, there are significant risks involved, and if you get it wrong, or aren't as fortunate as Forest were, especially last season, with the three promoted clubs being so dreadful that they were able to survive with a record-low 32 points following a 4-point deduction, you may end up in serious trouble. What's more, much as Forest fans will be loving life right now, and who can blame them, it evidently is not a sustainable way to run a football league to say that the only way of creating competition and unpredictability is to be entirely dependent upon the whims of an overseas billionaire or nation-state spending much more money than your income, and if they lose interest at any stage, well, bad luck, I suppose. The reality of the matter is that, as well as Forest are doing this season, and as a neutral, it has been the story of this season, there is still a higher probability of them being relegated in the next 5 years than there is of them winning the Premier League title, despite the fact that they are currently only 6 points off top spots. The moment at which that changes, and statistically, it is more likely for a non-rich six club that gate-crashes the European places to be relegated than it is for them to permanently rival the rich six, and wage bills, which are heavily dependent upon revenue, especially under PSR, FFP or score cost controls, don't dictate league finishes with a frightening degree of accuracy, then we can finally say that the Premier League has truly turned a corner and has become a competitive and unpredictable league. I don't think that is likely to happen anytime soon, just in case that wasn't already obvious. None of that is to say that the Premier League hasn't been more entertaining or interesting this season. I think it has. That is aided by Man City's drop-off, Man United's collapse, Forest's brilliance, and the strength of the mid-table teams. But I also think the games themselves that I have watched, anecdotally at least, have been more open and entertaining. The last of those initial 4 points is a genuine shift, I think. The Premier League's economic supremacy means that mid-table teams like Fulham, Brighton and West Ham are now richer than all but about 20 teams in world football and are able to recruit players accordingly. The middle of the Premier League has never been stronger than it is right now, and one could argue that no league has ever had more strength and depth throughout its entire division, except for Southampton, of course. The quality of coaching, from Marco Silva at Fulham to Unai Emery at Aston Villa, and Andoni Iraola at Bournemouth, is also pretty much without peer. The end result is a league which isn't endlessly unpredictable and entertaining, as it likes to claim, but one in which the mid-table teams are good enough to capitalise upon any weaknesses or off days of the rich six clubs, hence Chelsea and Manchester United slipping further than ever before in the Premier League era. So, to conclude, is the Premier League more unpredictable and entertaining? This season, the answer is yes. Marginally so. Forest's success is more surprising than either Newcastle or Aston Villa's in recent years, and Manchester United and Tottenham are doing much worse than anticipated. Is the Premier League likely to become more unpredictable and entertaining in the long term? Almost certainly not. We will most likely see a handful of teams take back in the first places, but that is nothing new. Permanently distrusting the status quo will remain the result of the very best clubs who have a multiple decade of time horizon, make very few apparent mistakes, benefit from a good having a good fortune, and even then, they may win very little or nothing. The only plausible alternative would be if the economic clubs were removed, which, contrary to what is often claimed, wouldn't create a Wild West in which anyone could beat anyone, but would create a different type of pro shop where only those who don't suffer a time in their predictability and competition will just be based upon a different set of hopefully less meritocratic and competitive metrics. If anything, the amount of vested interest and the cultural and economic norms among those who increasingly control the levels of power in British football means that the Premier League is likely to become more predictable and uncompetitive rather than vice versa. Proposals like the European Super League, which, again, is not dead, and the FIFA Club World Cup, which kicks kicks off next summer in the United States will further entrench the gap between the haves and the have-nots. The Club World Cup alone, which has a partly historic and coefficient-based set of entry requirements, benefiting the more established super clubs, will pay out around €2.5 billion in prize money in 2025. The winners will benefit from an estimated $100 million prize pot. That is over half of Nottingham Forest's current annual revenue, on top of up to £125 million of UEFA money, and the inbuilt gap in terms of commercial and matchday revenue that already exists. Basically, Forest just need Chris Wood to keep scoring a goal a game, and Matt Sells to keep impersonating Lev Yashin for the next 20 years. Evangelos Marinakis to avoid any serious convictions and not to lose interest, and to turn the City Ground into an enormous, highly profitable stadium, while at least quadrupling their commercial revenue in order to consistently compete with the Rich Six, which, in all fairness, would be pretty unpredictable, wouldn't it? That is it for today's video, but thank you all very much, as ever, for watching. Hit the like button if you enjoyed it in any way, shape, or form. Obviously, if that was the case. Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments, and it goes without saying, make sure that you're subscribed, and have notifications turned on not just for this channel, HITC7s, but also my second channel, Alfie where I promise I will upload a 5th video at some stage. Both of those should be about to appear on your screens now, along with a couple of videos that you might enjoy watching after this one. And you can also find me on Twitter, Instagram, Blue Sky, you know, all of those social media platforms, if for some reason you wanted to, via the links down below in the video description. So yeah, have a bloody brilliant day.
Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
A serial killer, Hard Eyes, has been creatively killing couples. We urge everyone to stay vigilant. And if all else fails, just stay single.
The Hard Eyes Killer arrives in theaters February 7th. Rated R.
In April 2021, the formation of the European Super League was announced in a press release by the 12 clubs who had signed up to be involved. The infamous 12 included the Big Six from England, Manchester United, Liverpool, Arsenal, Manchester City, Chelsea and Tottenham, the Big Three from Italy, Juventus, AC Milan and Inter Milan, and the Big Three from Spain, Real Madrid, Barcelona and Atletico Madrid. Between them, those 12 clubs have won a grand total of 634 trophies, an average of more than 50 trophies per team. Real Madrid, whose president Florentino Perez spearheaded the project, are the most successful, with a grand total of 102 trophies to their name, including a record-breaking 14 UEFA Champions Leagues or European Cups, the competition that the so-called Super League was supposed to supersede. Easy for me to say. While the Super League may have symbolised a tacky cash grab and disdain for the fundamental principles of the sport in a lot of people's eyes, therefore, no one could deny the grandeur or the standing of the clubs that the breakaway league had recruited. Well, all bar one, I suppose. There were those who noted that, among such a esteemed company, Tottenham Hotspur looked a little bit like the black sheep of this deeply dysfunctional new family. Not only have Spurs only ever won 2 top-flight league titles, and 21 trophies overall, the fewest of any Super League team, they haven't won anything of any description, unless one counts the 2019 pre-season Audi Cup, in over 15 years, since winning the 2008 League Cup, the tertiary domestic trophy within English football. Of course, from the perspective of the European Super League, Tottenham's lack of on-field success was of little importance. This was a competition, quite explicitly, which cared little for sporting merit or achievement. What mattered to Perez and the other stakeholders was Tottenham's commercial success, which has been emphatic. At over £500 million, Spurs have the 8th highest revenue in all of world football and rising, following the move to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium and constant hikes in ticket prices, ahead of Juventus, Chelsea or AC Milan, and 3 times as much as either Sevilla or Napoli. And yet, Napoli are the reigning champions of Italian football and have won the Coppa Italia thrice since Spurs last won anything, and Sevilla have won 5 of their 7 Europa League crowns in the last 10 years alone. Heck, Leicester City have won both the Premier League and the FA Cup since Tottenham last won anything, and they're currently in the Championship, and both Swansea City and Wigan Athletic have won major silverware more recently than the club from North London. None of this is likely to be news to any of you, least of all Spurs fans, most of whom have spent their entire lives somehow managing to be the butt of every single joke, and having their own club's name turned into an adjective, which is defined in the Collins Dictionary as, quote, a Spursy performance is to have success and reach, but to ultimately chuck it away. Whilst everyone knows all about Tottenham's difficulties when it comes to winning trophies, and everyone, and I mean everyone, whether that be fans, players or pundits, is very good at mocking them for it, rarely, if ever, have I seen anyone ask the question of just why Tottenham, one of the highest revenue-generating clubs in world football, who have finished in the Premier League's top 6 in 14 out of the last 18 seasons, haven't won a league title in 63 years, a European trophy in 40 years, or a competitive trophy of any description in more than 15 years. Well, as you may have guessed by now, today I'm going to do just that. So sit back, relax, and join me on a journey to North London, home of the bustling Camden Market, leafy Hampstead Heath, and, for Spurs fans at least, endless disappointment, as we take a look at the reasons for Tottenham's trophy drought, why Spurs are quite so Spursy, and whether there is a reason for believing that the club's fortunes will turn anytime soon. The first point to address with Tottenham, if we are to look at their lack of trophies throughout the Premier League era, a grand total of 2 League Cups in 32 years, is that Spurs haven't always been the Spurs we now know. Football fans have a tendency to impose the current status quo on all of recorded history. Germany beating Hungary may be par for the course in most of our lifetimes, but in the 1954 World Cup final, it was one of the greatest upsets of all time. Steaua Bucharest winning the European Cup might seem unfathomable now, not least because the competition has been rebranded as the Champions League, but they won it during the same decade that they went on a world record-breaking 119-game unbeaten run, and already, Blackburn Rovers winning the Premier League in 1995 is starting to be portrayed as some kind of fairy tale, as Rovers battle relegation now in the Championship, when, in actual fact, they were the biggest spenders in English football at the time, and were top-flight runners-up the previous season. This quasi-form of a collective footballing Mandela effect is doubly true, I suspect, in the case of Tottenham, who were one of the so-called Big Five who spearheaded the Premier League's breakaway from the Football League in 1992 in pursuit of higher revenue for themselves, along with Manchester United, Everton, Liverpool and Arsenal, and they are still one of the big or rich 6 now, alongside Man United, Liverpool, Arsenal, Man City and Chelsea. Those two bookends, however, over 3 decades apart, overlook a substantial period of time in which Tottenham didn't come close to competing for the biggest prizes. In fact, even when the Premier League launched in 1992, though Spurs were considered to be one of the Big Five at the time, they had finished 10th and 15th in the 2 seasons preceding the league's creation. In the final First Division campaign, Spurs only finished 10 points above the drop and 30 points below title winners Leeds United, who weren't considered to be one of the Big Five. Spurs were included among the Big Five principally because when formal talks about the foundation of the Premier League began, Tottenham had just finished 3rd, their joint highest league finish in almost 30 years, with big-name England players like Paul Gascoigne and Gary Lineker within their ranks. They won the FA Cup in 1991, which was their first trophy in 7 years, and they just built a big new expensive stand at White Hart Lane. In reality, by the time that the Premier League was actually launched, Terry Venables was long gone, and in the summer of 1992, Gascoigne and Lineker both departed for Lazio and Nagoya Grampus 8. Spurs still finished 8th, thanks largely to the goals of Teddy Sheringham, but as soon as he departed to replace Eric Cantona at Manchester United, Tottenham sank like a stone. In the 1997-98 season, Spurs became embroiled in a relegation scrap, and were it not for the January return of Jurgen Klinsmann on loan from Sampdoria, they likely would have gone down. That was Tottenham's closest scrape with relegation, but in the early 2000s, bottom half finishes became the norm. In the 2003-04 season, as North London rivals Arsenal went the entire campaign unbeaten, though they don't like to mention it, Spurs lost 19 games, the second most of any team in the division, the same as Wolves, who finished dead last, and more than Leicester, who were relegated. This was not, by any stretch of the imagination, a Big Five or Rich Six club. It was only under Martin Jol and later Harry Redknapp that Tottenham established themselves as continental contenders, and even then, it was only really with the appointment of Mauricio Pochettino that Tottenham's top six status appeared to be built on solid foundations. In the 2 seasons that Spurs won their only 2 trophies of the Premier League era, 2 League Cups, in the 1998-99 and 2007-08 seasons, they actually finished in the bottom half of the Premier League table, compared to winning nothing during their numerous top 6 finishes. Make of that what you will, and indeed, I have a theory of my own that we're about to come on to. The point being, however, that whilst it is true that Tottenham have finished in the top 6, in 14 out of the last 18 Premier League seasons, they didn't finish in the top 6 once in the 15 seasons before that. Teams who did finish in the top 6 during that time include the likes of Norwich City, Queen's Park Rangers, and Wimbledon. But no one expresses any shock or dismay at the fact that they didn't, and still haven't won anything, during the Premier League era. I think that's an important starting point, hence why I started with it, which means we can basically disregard the period prior to about 2004 and 2005, and say that the primary reason why Tottenham didn't win anything was because, put bluntly, they weren't very good. 18 years is hardly a small sample size though. It is long enough for Phil Foden to go from birth to winning a Premier League title, or for Prince Andrew to, allegedly, consider someone to be too old, and it's difficult to overlook the fact that Spurs won more in their 18 years of being rubbish than they have done in their 18 years of being quite good. In 2001, something significant happened. No, I'm not referring to that. It was significant, I know, but I mean something significant at Tottenham. Following a decade of ownership, which he himself described as a waste of my life, Alan Sugar sold his majority shareholding in Tottenham to the ENIC Group. Ahead of their time in many ways, ENIC operated a multi-club ownership model before the term multi-club ownership model had come into existence. As well as Tottenham, the group owned either significant or majority ownership stakes in Rangers, Slavia Prague, AEK Athens, Vicenza, and FC Basel. Unlike the modern interpretation of the multi-club ownership structure, ENIC's plan wasn't to create an integrated conglomerate of clubs that pooled resources, data and talent in an attempt to gain some kind of competitive advantage. It was purely a case of noticing a boom in football finances and wanting to get in on the act by acquiring an appreciating asset. This might seem tangential here, but understanding ENIC's motives behind acquiring Tottenham almost entirely explains the just about unique way in which the club has been run. This was a business operation carried out by a holding company with the express intention of making a return on their investment. That doesn't mean, however, that no one connected with the takeover had a personal motivation to see Tottenham succeed on the pitch as well as off it. Joe Lewis, who owned and controlled ENIC at the time, isn't believed to have much of an interest in football, let alone have been a lifelong Spurs fan, but Daniel Levy, who owned and still owns almost a third of the ENIC subsidiary, ENIC International Limited, which made the investment in Tottenham, is a lifelong Spurs fan, having attended his first match during the 1960s at the age of 7 or 8. Levy was the managing director of ENIC International, which he had transformed into a sports, media and entertainment company, and though he was initially appointed as a non-executive director at Tottenham, it soon became clear that Levy would be running the show and calling almost all of the shots. Joe Lewis, in fact, has attended fewer than one game a season since ENIC acquired Tottenham over 20 years ago, preferring to spend his time on a yacht in the tax haven of the Bahamas. For what it's worth, ENIC only acquired an initial 29.9% stake in Tottenham in 2001 because that was the maximum allowed under stock exchange rules before ENIC would have been obliged to launch a bid for the entire company. In 2007, ENIC acquired the rest of Sugar's stake, eventually increasing their shareholding to 86.58%, which is where it currently stands, but effectively, in terms of governance and decision-making, by virtue of being the largest shareholders, Tottenham have been run by ENIC, and by that, what we really mean is by Levy, since 2001. Levy came in at Tottenham with a 5-year plan, which are perhaps the 3 most poisonous words in all of world football, to turn Spurs back into one of the leading clubs in England, and in his 5th full season, Spurs finished 5th. Sugar had long been criticised by Tottenham fans for running the club like a business, and though Lewis may have had much deeper pockets than the genius behind the Amstrad emailer, in an era before the introduction of profit and sustainability or financial fair play restrictions, in which, theoretically at least, ENIC could have spent as much as they liked at Spurs, the strategy amounted essentially to still running Spurs like a business, just a better run one. By that metric, Daniel Levy did a fine job indeed. But as spending ramped up all around Spurs, most notably with Roman Abramovich's arrival at Chelsea, followed by Sheikh Mansour's takeover of Manchester City, Tottenham's attempts to keep up with the big boys was always at risk. When one thinks of the Big Six or Rich Six as they are now, throughout this period, Manchester United, Arsenal, Liverpool all had much higher organic revenue than Spurs, and Chelsea and Man City had oligarchs or nation-states who could more than make up for that gap. It's just sort of taken for granted that Tottenham are one of the Big Six, as though the Big Six were somehow an immutable characteristic or ordained by God, and therefore that they ought to be judged on that basis and subsequently ridiculed for their lack of success in comparison to their peers. The reality, however, is that when ENIC and Levy arrived at Tottenham, Spurs had a lower revenue than both Leeds United and Newcastle United, and about the same as recently promoted Sunderland, who finish above them in both of their first 2 seasons back in the Premier League. Tottenham, therefore, have done exceptionally well to keep pace with clubs who have consistently, and indeed continue to this day, to outspend them by orders of magnitude.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running. That's why at Grainger, we're here for you, with professional-grade industrial supplies and fast delivery. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This economic disparity between Tottenham and their supposed competitive rivals from the mid-2000s onwards, which was always a mismatch, doesn't just explain why Spurs struggle to keep pace in the Premier League or come close to winning a title, with the possible exception of their second-place finish in 16-17, when they were still 7 points behind Chelsea, but also, I think, why they have fared so poorly in the cup competitions, even compared to teams with smaller budgets and less talented squads. Because Tottenham's Big Six status was so long in the making for Levy, and so precarious even when it was attained, as always the lowest spending and revenue-generating club among the six, Spurs have always prioritised the league and the push for continental football because the revenue of competing in Europe was so crucial to them. Whereas Chelsea or Liverpool could drop out of Europe for a season or two, or at least the Champions League, with significant economic consequences, make no mistake, not to mention a painful hit in terms of prestige, their fundamental status as one of the Big Six was never at risk. I mean, Chelsea right now are perhaps the ultimate example of that. The Blues finished 12th last season, which is lower than Spurs have finished in any season since 2003-04, and they are currently languishing in 11th. Nonetheless, the global appeal, status and revenue that they have generated over the last quarter of a century dictates that it will take at least 5 and maybe as many as 10 or 15 years of abysmal league finishes by Chelsea to put their Big Six status in genuine jeopardy, assuming that they avoid relegation, that is, and even that frankly unfathomable outcome wouldn't seal the deal, assuming that they made a speedy return. If you ask Tottenham fans, at any stage over the last 10 years at least, whether they would rather finish in the top 4 or win a League Cup, FA Cup or a Europa League, I suspect that the vast majority of them would favour getting the monkey off their back in terms of never winning anything, so other teams' fans would stop using that as a stick to beat them with, and for their own sense of pride, having gone so long now without winning any silverware. If you ask Daniel Levy that exact same question, again, at any stage over the last 10 years, I suspect that he wouldn't even think twice. Maybe in recent years there would be an element of temptation, almost for selfish reasons, to pick the trophy to take the internal pressure off him from Tottenham fans, though I suspect even that would be superseded by his laser-like focus on increasing revenue. It is a depressing thought in some ways, for supporters at least, but Tottenham aren't unique in this sense. Lots of clubs would take Champions League football over winning any trophy other than the Premier League or the Champions League itself. They are just unique in the amount of importance that they place on revenue generating in that calculation, and for very good reason. If you ask Daniel Levy, he'd tell you that by qualifying for the Champions League, or failing that, at least for the Europa League, Tottenham are able to invest in their playing squad, allowing them to compete again the following season, when they would have a better shot at winning something anyway, due to having strengthened. Whereas Birmingham City, Swansea City, Portsmouth, Wigan Athletic and Leicester City may all have won trophies more recently than Tottenham, another thing that they all have in common is that they have all been relegated, and indeed, not a single one of them is currently in the top flight. Where the theory falls down, of course, is that Spurs have consistently qualified for Europe for almost 2 decades, and that ability to invest and strengthen their playing squad season upon season hasn't, as of yet, heralded that we'll have a better shot next season trophy as promised. There are Tottenham fans, and I know this for a fact, who would swap their last 10 years, trophyless but regulars in Europe with massive revenue growth, for Leicester City's an FA Cup and Premier League title but relegated last season and now in the Championship, but for Daniel Levy, that would be no trade-off at all, and a frankly absurd notion, which I think speaks to a discord, not just at Tottenham but in football more broadly, between how chairman and owners think when compared to fans. This hyper-focus on league finishes above all else, at the expense of the cup competitions, I think also perhaps explains why Tottenham's 2 trophies in the last 30 years, the 1999 and 2008 League Cups, came during campaigns in which they finished 11th. Spurs had no hope of qualifying for Europe on both occasions, hence, unusually, they could throw all of their eggs into one basket when it came to pursuing cup success. It is just worth noting at this stage that there is always an element of fortune and misfortune in football, and Tottenham's trophylessness is no exception. There is a danger, perhaps, when making all of these arguments, that the fact that Spurs have come very close to winning 2 or 3 trophies during that time gets overlooked. The year after winning their last trophy, the 2008 League Cup, Spurs reached yet another League Cup final, where they drew 0-0 against Manchester United, who won the Premier League title and only lost to prime Barcelona in the Champions League final that season, and Spurs only lost to them on penalties. They were back at Wembley for another League Cup final in 2015, where they lost 2-0 against Chelsea, who also won the Premier League title that season. Again in 2021, where they were narrowly beaten by, you guessed it, that season's Premier League champions, Manchester City. And of course, in 2018-19, Tottenham reached the Champions League final, having overcome Borussia Dortmund, Manchester City, and Ajax during the knockout stages, only to fall to an underwhelming 2-0 defeat against Premier League rivals Liverpool. On top of those 4 finals, Spurs have reached a further 5 semi-finals, meaning they have reached the last 4 of at least 1 cup competition in most of the last 15 seasons, which, under any normal circumstances, for most clubs, would result in some kind of success. It is here that the Spursy accusation gets thrown around, and whilst I think misfortune and economic factors provide far better explanations for Tottenham's lack of trophies, I don't think that it can be as readily dismissed as some might hope. It makes little sense that historic precedent, pedigree, or previous results should determine current or future ones, especially when players and coaches come and go with such speed in the modern game. And yet, the reality, frustrating as it may be, is that it appears that it does. Liverpool's perennial success in the Champions League, for example, even when they were nowhere near winning the Premier League, feels like it can only be explained, or at least only in part, by a sense of belief in that competition, which is implanted in players due to the club's historic success within it. Whatever that winning mentality or sense of belief is, which becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, Tottenham appear to have it in reverse. I think a similar phenomenon is true when it comes to the England national team, who, like Tottenham, have long been one of the better teams on the international stage, routinely qualify and make it through to the knockout stages of tournaments, but seem to have a certain mental block when it comes to getting over the line, which I think was fairly evident in their 2018 World Cup and Euro 2020 exits against Croatia and Italy, as you could see the belief slowly drain out of them. To be clear, I'm not saying that's the biggest reason for Tottenham or England's lack of success, or even the second or third, just that, however minor, I think it probably is a factor which, however illogical, cannot be dismissed. Also, as with England, it really bears reiterating that it's not easy winning trophies. Spurs may be the poster boys of trophylessness in England, but several other clubs can attest to that fact. Their North London rivals Arsenal haven't won a Premier League title in 20 years, Liverpool have only won one during the entire Premier League era, and Leicester City are the only team from outside of the Big Six to have won either the Premier League, the FA Cup, or the League Cup over the last 10 years. Arsenal, famously, have never won the Champions League and have actually only won half as many, 2 versus 4, European trophies as Spurs. Manchester City only won their first Champions League last season after 15 years of intense spending under Emirati ownership. And the mighty Manchester United, the biggest and most decorated English club, have only won the Champions League twice since becoming the first English club to win it 56 years ago. For all of the talk of England's domestic cup competitions having been devalued, much of it true, the idea that the big clubs no longer take them seriously is nonsense. Since Swansea City won the League Cup in 2013, 11 years ago, only 4 teams, Manchester City, Manchester United, Chelsea and Liverpool, have won England's tertiary trophy, and 7 out of the 11 finals during that time have been exclusively Big Six affairs. Perhaps the biggest knock-on effect of Tottenham's lower budget, or at least the most relevant when it comes to cup competitions and prioritising the league, is the lack of depth that they have had. Even in the 2016-17 season, which was peak Tottenham under Maurizio Pochettino, and indeed peak Tottenham during the Premier League era overall, as they finished as Premier League runners-up on 86 points, which is more than Arsenal won last season, who do you suppose was their backup centre-forward behind Harry Kane, or their third-choice centre-back behind Jan Vertonghen and Toby Alderweireld? I'll tell you who. Vincent Janssen was the backup striker behind Kane, a man who scored a grand total of 2 goals in 31 games in the Premier League. Georges Kevin Nkudu was Son Heung-min's deputy on the left flank, the scorer of precisely 0 goals in 19 Premier League games, and who now plays for a team that you have never heard of, called Damak in the Saudi Pro League at the age of 29. And Kevin Wimmer was Tottenham's only senior backup centre-back. No, I'm not kidding, behind Vertonghen and Alderweireld, a man who left the following summer to join Stoke City, where he would go down as one of the worst Premier League signings of all time, and who now plays for Slovan Bratislava in Slovakia at the age of only 31. Of course, all clubs have depth issues, but few, particularly at the highest level, are that extreme, and that can become a real problem, as Tottenham have repeatedly found out. When injuries hit, the games come thick and fast, and you need to rotate in the cup competitions, a problem which, as we've established, is heightened for Spurs due to their fixation on the league.
Better, faster, cheaper. Why only pick 2? With Finn, Intercom's AI agent for customer service, you get all 3. Better customer satisfaction and 10 times faster resolutions that are only 99 cents each. Intercom, AI-first customer service.
A 3% IRA match with Robinhood Gold. The reckoning has commenced.
When you look at Tottenham's spending, it's easy to see why that has been a problem. In the 2018-19 season, which was simultaneously Maurizio Pochettino's last full season at Spurs and the season in which the club moved into the new Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, Spurs had by far the lowest budget among the Big Six. And when I say by far, what I mean is that Tottenham's wage bill was just £179 million, which was £53 million less than the next lowest Big Six club, Arsenal, only £19 million more than Everton, and over £100 million less than Chelsea, Liverpool, Man City or Man United. By that metric, therefore, Tottenham were actually closer to the chasing pack, whether that be Everton, Leicester, or even West Ham, than they were to the rest of the Big Six. The same is true in terms of net spend. In the 5 years up to and including the 2018-19 season, Tottenham had a net spend of less than £30 million, compared to over £500 million at Man City, that is, over £500 million, £470 million at Manchester United, and £240 million at Arsenal. Heck, Everton, who not only won nothing during that period, but consistently finished lower and came nowhere near as close as Tottenham to winning anything, had a net spend in excess of £200 million, which may help to explain some of their recent problems. Part of that is because, even during their consistent top four finishes under Pochettino, Spurs have never quite been able to shake off their reputation as a so-called selling club, occupying a position that sits just slightly outside of the elite. From Michael Carrick, who left Tottenham to join Manchester United in 2006, to Robbie Keane, Dimitar Berbatov, Luka Modric, Gareth Bale, Kyle Walker, and most recently, of course, Harry Kane in 2023, that has run like a thread throughout Tottenham's modern past. In many ways, however, the progression of those sales tells a tale about the progression of Tottenham themselves. For a start, all were sold for considerable sums, reflecting the nous that Daniel Levy has consistently shown within the transfer market, rarely letting players run down their deals or leave for nothing, as happened with Sol Campbell only months after he arrived. Secondly, whereas Carrick was sold after just 2 seasons at White Hart Lane, and on the same day that he turned 25, Spurs got 4 seasons out of Luka Modric, 6 out of Bale, 6 out of Walker, and 10 out of Harry Kane, who only departed last summer after turning 30 and having become Tottenham's all-time leading goalscorer. Kane's departure stung for Spurs fans, inevitably, but in some ways, the amount of time that they were able to keep hold of him represents progress, along with the fact that Kane's brother was a terrible agent, but that's a slightly different issue. In recent years, there has been a clear shift at Tottenham. Jose Mourinho and Antonio Conte are coaches who are brought in with trophies and immediate results in mind, unlike Mauricio Pochettino, who had never won anything, but had illustrated an ability to build a squad and develop players in the long term. Fundamentally, of course, Mourinho and Conte were also much more expensive appointments than Pochettino, reflecting an increased investment at Tottenham in recent years. From a £179 million wage bill in 2018-19, over £50 million less than Arsenal's, in the 2021-22 accounts, Tottenham's wage bill had risen to £209 million, almost the exact same as Arsenal's at £212 million, and some way clear of Leicester, Newcastle and Everton. It is a similar story in terms of spending. Over the last 4 seasons, Tottenham have the 4th highest net spend in the Premier League, above Manchester City and Liverpool at more than £450 million. Spurs have gone from being the only Premier League club to record a profit for 7 successive seasons, totalling more than £400 million of profit, making them the highest profit-generating club in the league, to losing money in each of the last 3 sets of accounts, 2020, 2021 and 2022, totaling some £209 million. On the face of it, it is a drastic shift, and in some ways it is, but compared to their peers, Spurs' spending isn't as extravagant as it may initially seem. While there has been a change in tact, the primary cause of Tottenham's increased spending on wages, transfer fees and coaching staff has been brought about by the move to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Tottenham's new stadium changes everything, and I'm not being melodramatic. In terms of the sheer numbers, it has doubled Tottenham's matchday revenue from just over £50 million at White Hart Lane to well in excess of £100 million now. In the last set of accounts, Spurs shot up to being the 2nd highest revenue-generating team via matchday revenue in the Premier League, trailing only Manchester United, and in the next accounts, which will be published any time now, it is widely anticipated that Spurs will have leapfrogged the Red Devils into top spot in the Premier League. Tottenham's matchday revenue, if you can believe it, is already higher than Real Madrid's at over twice the size of Juventus's. And in the next set of accounts, they may well overtake PSG and move into 2nd in the European rankings, trailing only Barcelona. This has catapulted Tottenham from sitting outside of the top 10 of the Deloitte Football Money League at White Hart Lane to ranking 8th last season above Chelsea, Arsenal, Inter Milan and Juventus during a campaign in which they finished 8th in the Premier League and didn't get beyond the last 16 in any cup competition. It's not just Tottenham's own matchday revenue. The Spurs accounts will be boosted by hosting other major events like NFL games, boxing, and most notably, a series of Beyoncé concerts, which are believed to have pocketed the club an 8-figure sum. It's possible, as bizarre as this sentence may sound, that Beyoncé has effectively paid Guillermo Vicario's transfer fee. What all of this means, even more importantly however, is that Tottenham's Big Six status is no longer under constant threat and shouldn't feel as precarious as it has done for the last 10 or 15 years. Spurs were the highest revenue-generating team in London in 2023 and were within touching distance of Liverpool. That should mean that Tottenham have a greater sense of self-confidence and a greater willingness to take risks in terms of the cup competitions, weather the storm of missing out on Europe, if and when it happens, as it did last season, and ultimately have a better shot at winning trophies. The chaos that is currently engulfing the Premier League in terms of profit and sustainability breaches, or clubs who aren't yet in breach but are treading on thin ice and may have to sell players in order to avoid sanctions, ought to leave Tottenham in a huge revenue-generating stadium which hasn't even got a potentially lucrative naming rights deal yet, having always spent within their means and at far less risk of breaching PSR than pretty much all of their rivals, very well placed to pounce over the next few years. Daniel Levy stated in 2023, quote, "We made footballing decisions over recent seasons based on ambition and a desire to bring success to our club." End quote. A tacit admission, it would seem, not that Levy is too secretive about it, that in previous years, Tottenham's decision-making had been motivated by finances above all else. When Enoch and Levy took control of Tottenham in 2001, acquiring 29.9% of the club's shares for £22 million, and later the rest of Sugar's shares for £25 million, Tottenham was valued at around 52, at the very most, £80 million. Now, Forbes consider Tottenham to be the 9th most valuable football club in the world, and rising, valued at close to £3 billion. That's an increase, during that time, of almost 5,000%. The S&P 500, by comparison, which tracks the 500 largest companies in the United States, has risen by 282% during that time. Enoch and Levy, therefore, through their investment in Tottenham, have outperformed the market by a magnitude of almost 18 to 1, which raises the question, what is success? On the pitch, it is hard to define the last 20 years at Tottenham as having been successful, at least when it comes to trophies. One League Cup, which is the same trophy haul as Middlesbrough, Birmingham and Swansea during that time, is a pretty pitiful return for a club which felt at home signing up to a supposed European Super League. As an asset, however, and as a business venture, Tottenham has been a phenomenal success for Levy and for Enoch. They would argue that their management has left Tottenham in a far better state than when they inherited the club, and that much is inarguable. Whether it leaves them primed to capitalise upon the chaos that surrounds them in terms of PSR, aided by a monumental cash cow that cost £1 billion to build with long-term low-interest loans, which is the same amount that Chelsea have spunked on players in the last 2 seasons, still remains to be seen. Daniel Levy has long talked about PSR, FFP, and the importance of sustainability. For a long time, that frustrated Tottenham fans, as they saw their rivals outspend them and win trophies, while they carefully balanced the books. It's not hard to imagine a world, however, as Man City face 115 charges, Chelsea have spent the GDP of a small nation with little return, Man United may have to sell in order to buy, and Newcastle almost certainly will, where Levy is vindicated, and the mocking of Tottenham over the last 20 years turns into envy. In some ways, therefore, Tottenham's success or failure when it comes to winning trophies over the next 2 to 3 to 5 to 10 years may rest as much with whether the Premier League bears their teeth in terms of implementing their own rules to the biggest clubs and stands firm in terms of the current framework of PSR as it will with the decisions that they make themselves. That is it for today's video. There was loads more planned, but this is very long and, to be quite frank, my throat is killing me. Maybe there'll be a second Spurs video at some stage, because there is a slightly strange ownership situation there, which I would have liked to have discussed, but it would have been about 20 minutes in of itself. Anyway, Thank you all very much, as ever, for watching. Hit the like button if you enjoyed it. I hope that was the case, obviously. Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments, and it goes without saying about this stage, but I will remind you nonetheless to make sure that you're subscribed and have notifications turned on, not just for this channel, HITC7s, but also my second channel, Alfie both of which should be about to appear on your screens now, along with a couple of videos that you might enjoy watching after this one. You can also find me on Twitter, Instagram or Threads by the username @HITC7s on all three, should you wish to do so, and all of those links plus a whole lot more should be down in the video description below. Cheers.
Panera's packed with flavor bagel just got stacked with even more for just $7.99. Meet our new Asiago bagel stacks. Choose from the chicken Roma with grilled chicken and green goddess dressing, the spicy steak or zesty Tuscan. Only $7.99 each and only at Panera for a limited time.
Own stocks like Apple, Nvidia, and Microsoft with top TI shares top 20 U.S. stocks ETF.
The Premier League is the biggest and richest league in world football, and it isn't even close. Premier League revenue, at €6.5 billion a season and rising, is now worth more than the next most lucrative leagues in world football, La Liga, and the Bundesliga combined. Premier League clubs now spend a collective €4.3 billion a season on wages, compared to €2.4 billion in La Liga, €2 billion in Serie A, and €1.9 billion in the Bundesliga. In terms of gross transfer spend, Premier League clubs spent a collective €3.1 billion last season, compared to just €882 million in Serie A, €704 million in Ligue 1, and around €550 million in La Liga and the Bundesliga, so more than the other four leagues combined. The gulf is even wider when it comes to net spend, with the rest of Europe, except for a small handful of clubs, now reliant upon sales to Premier League teams just to fund their own signings and day-to-day operations. We now live in a world in which Bournemouth, in a rickety old 11,000-seater stadium, can take players from AS Roma, Newcastle United can poach players from AC Milan, albeit they might end up getting suspended for the next 10 months, and Aston Villa can casually pluck the best players from the likes of Villarreal, Sevilla, and Bayer Leverkusen. In the 2024 Deloitte Football Money League, which ranks clubs based upon how much annual revenue they generate, there are 6 English clubs among the world's 10 richest teams, and 14 amongst the top 30. Leeds United, who are currently in the Championship no less, rank above French giants Lyon, and only very narrowly behind last season's Europa League winners Sevilla. The financial imbalance that exists within European football, which is one of the main reasons why some European giants were, and indeed still are, so keen on the idea of some kind of European Super League, is absolutely enormous. So much so that, as I recently made the case on this very channel, it could be argued that the Premier League already is a de facto Super League, just with all of the clubs playing their games in England, for now at least. The Premier League has been the biggest and richest league in the world for more than 20 years now, and the gap between it and every other league only grows larger and larger with every passing season. And yet, since 2000, English clubs have won just 6 out of a possible 24 Champions League titles, and a mere 4 Europa Leagues, losing every single final in which they have come up against a Spanish opponent for more than 20 years. This season, half of England's 4 Champions League representatives, Manchester United and Newcastle United, not only failed to progress from the group stage, they finished bottom of their groups, failing to even drop down into the Europa League. Meanwhile, Arsenal just lost the first leg of their round of 16 tie against Porto, whose revenue is lower than that of the team that finishes bottom of the Premier League each season. It's for that reason that I was recently asked, in various different verbiage, by 4 separate people, both online and in real life, very occasionally I will talk to people not on the internet, why English clubs aren't more dominant in Europe. Surely, it was put to me, given the financial might of the Premier League, the league's teams shouldn't just do well in Europe, as they do, winning the odd trophy here and there. They ought to be a relentless winning machine, annihilating all those who dare to step in their wake en route to an all-English semi-final stage. Well, I'm not one to shirk a challenge. so long as that challenge is a football-based query that I can monetize for content and call a job, and doesn't actually require any physical bravery or even the possibility of any personal sacrifice whatsoever. So today, I'm going to try and answer that question. So sit back, relax, and join me on a journey to England, the home of lollipop ladies, 99 flake ice creams, and a deep-rooted hatred of young people, and a burning desire to see their lives made ever worse, as we take a look at why English football clubs, despite seemingly having every financial advantage imaginable, aren't all conquering juggernauts in Europe. When discussing the success of English clubs in Europe, or lack thereof, the past and present can often be conflated. You might even have noticed that I did it in the introduction. I mentioned Manchester United and Newcastle finishing bottom of their groups this season, alongside English clubs only having won the Champions League 6 times in the 21st century, spanning 24 editions of the competition. It is a clever sleight of hand, if I do say so myself, to create a neat and tidy narrative about English clubs in Europe, but the reality is that the reason why Newcastle failed to reach the knockout stage of this season's Champions League, and English clubs have won so many fewer Champions Leagues than, say, Spanish clubs over the last 35 years, are, at best, only tenuously related. When Manchester United won the treble in 1999, beating Bayern Munich by virtue of scoring 2 goals in injury time, they became the first English club to be crowned as European champions in 15 years. But there was good reason for that. Following the Heysel Stadium disaster at the 1985 European Cup final, which Liverpool lost 1-0 against Juventus, English clubs were banned indefinitely from all European competitions by UEFA. The ban was lifted in the 1990-91 season, after 5 years, for all English clubs except from Liverpool, who were only allowed to return the season after that. Prior to the ban, which came as the result of 39 people being killed, more than 600 injured, and 14 Liverpool fans being convicted of manslaughter and sentenced to 6 years behind bars, it would be a grave understatement to describe English clubs as merely being dominant in Europe. In the European Cup, at least, English clubs were virtually hegemonic. Between 1975 and the UEFA ban in 1985, out of 11 European Cup finals, 9 featured an English club. Every single final between 1977 and 1982 featured an English club. English clubs won 6 European Cups on the bounce, and after Hamburg's success in 1983, normal service was resumed. As Liverpool were crowned as European champions in 1984 against Roma, 1 year before their final against Juventus, that led to English clubs being banned. Bearing in mind that, throughout this period, only 1 club from each country, namely the previous season's domestic champions, qualified for the European Cup, and it was a straight knockout format with no group stage, so just 1 slip-up and you were out, the consistency of English clubs for more than a decade was pretty much without precedent, with the exception perhaps of Real Madrid's early dominance of the competition when they won 5 straight crowns under slightly different circumstances. The UEFA ban changed everything. Not only, in the most fundamental sense of course, did it prevent English clubs from winning any European competitions for the next 5 years, by virtue of not being able to play in them, it isolated English football from the rest of the continent. Whereas at the 1982 World Cup, only 1 member of the England squad played their club football outside of England, namely backup striker Tony Woodcock, who played for Cologne, and even he joined Arsenal later that very same summer. After English clubs were banned from European competitions, even as famously poor travellers, some of England's best players left the First Division. The likes of Mark Haitley, Ray Wilkins, and David Platt all joined teams in Serie A, as did Paul Gascoigne and Des Walker a little bit later on. Glenn Hoddle tried to better himself by joining Monaco, Gary Lineker couldn't turn down the opportunity to play for Barcelona, and Chris Waddle signed for Marseille. Even more common, as in the case of Gary Stevens, Terry Butcher, and Trevor Stephen, was English players heading north of the border and joining Scottish clubs, who were still able to compete in Europe throughout this period. At Italia 90, in fact, when England made it through to the semi-finals of the World Cup, there were more Rangers players in Bobby Robson's squad than there were players who represented any other single club. More important than the sheer capital flight, in terms of losing talent to the rest of Europe, and arguably more important than just not being able to compete in Europe for 5 years, was the tactical, technical, and professional isolation of English clubs.
For the ones ensuring the job always gets done, and the ones wearing many hats, Grainger offers professional-grade industrial supplies and real-time product availability. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This was a period of rapid innovation in football. The same year that English clubs were exiled from European competition, Johan Cruyff took the reins as the manager of his former club Ajax. In 1987, Ajax won the European Cup Winners' Cup with an all-Dutch starting 11, which featured the likes of Frank Rijkaard, Marco van Basten, and a young Dennis Bergkamp, honed on the principles of total football and in playing the game, how Cruyff felt that it should be played. In 1988, Cruyff was appointed as the new head coach at Barcelona, where his impact would be even more consequential. In his first season at Barcelona, with Gary Lineker playing on the right wing, Cruyff won the European Cup Winners' Cup once again. And in 1992, by which stage he had overhauled the Barcelona team, Cruyff won the treble. A 1-0 win against Sampdoria in the European Cup final, providing a vindication of his tactical revolution, along with successive La Liga titles. A Barcelona team which featured the likes of Pep Guardiola, Michael Laudrup and Hristo Stoichkov, later to be joined by Romario, came to be known as Cruyff's dream team. Cruyff appended Barcelona, implementing root and branch reforms in the immediate aftermath of the infamous Hesperian mutiny and reshaping the club in his own image. It wasn't just the first team. Cruyff was obsessed with La Masia, Barcelona's youth ranks, mandating that they play and train in the same way as the first team, so they were tactically and technically equipped to play the way that he wanted them to, and could seamlessly step up to the first team at any moment without being expected to do anything different. Cruyff is just one example. At the same time, former shoe salesman Arrigo Sacchi was implementing an equally radical set of new ideas at AC Milan with even greater success. Sven-Göran Eriksson worked wonders in Italy and Portugal while belonging to an entirely different school of thought, and there were just as interesting innovations and ideas coming to the fore in Eastern Europe as both Steaua Bucharest and Red Star Belgrade upset Western Europe's elite to be crowned as European champions. As important as any tactical innovations was the modernisation of training, diet and nutrition. While all of this was going on, a footballing earthquake of sorts, English clubs and English football watched on from the sidelines, semi-aware of what was going on, though much less so than they would have been nowadays, when the world is so much smaller and everything is broadcast in ultra-high definition, but always 1 or 2 degrees removed. Whereas Barca's dream team, AC Milan's revolutionary offside trap, and Stau's unbreakable defensive shape and discipline within a 4-2-2-2 formation presented a fresh challenge to the rest of Europe, and one which had to be overcome if they wanted to win anything. English football, sort of inevitably when you think about it, became very insular. It was no use Arsenal contemplating how they might best break down Sven's Benfica or match the energy and professionalism of Latex Bayern, when all that they needed to do was overcome Middlesbrough and Luton Town in order to be crowned as First Division champions. It's not that English football terminally declined during 5 years outside of Europe. The national team's fortunes actually improved. They were just left behind and out of the loop when it came to ways in which to succeed in Europe. Despite being so dominant then, to an unprecedented and almost tediously predictable extent before the ban, English clubs wouldn't just waltz back into Europe and win again. Not until Manchester United beat Bayern Munich in injury time in Barcelona in 1999, 14 years after Heysel and 9 years after English clubs had been readmitted to Europe, did an English club even reach the final of either the European Cup or the Champions League, as it later became known. Though English clubs were readmitted in the 1990-91 season, by virtue of Liverpool winning the league the previous season and being banned for an additional season, there was no English club in the 1990-91 edition of the competition, meaning that English clubs were de facto banned from Europe's Premier competition for 6 years instead of 5. The first English club to compete in the European Cup post-ban in the 1991-92 season was Arsenal, who lost 4-2 over 2 legs against Benfica in the second round. Over the next 4 seasons, Leeds United and Manchester United were knocked out by Rangers and Galatasaray also in the second round, before a change of Champions League format, which saw both Manchester United and Blackburn Rovers dumped out in the group stage instead. To say that English clubs underwhelmed in Europe following their return, again, would be a pretty gross understatement. It wasn't until Manchester United reached the semi-finals in 1997, where they lost 2-0 against eventual winners Borussia Dortmund, that some pride was restored. Even after the Red Devils won the Champions League in 1999, the first English club to do so since Liverpool in 1984, it didn't exactly mark a turning point. The next 5 finals didn't feature a single English club. The 2002-03 season provided particular disappointment, as Liverpool were knocked out in the first group stage, finishing below Valencia and Basel. Newcastle and Arsenal were seen off in the second group stage, and Manchester United went out in the quarter-finals. It meant that only one English team reached the quarter-finals, compared to 3 each from Italy and Spain, and none made it through to the semis, which was an all-Italian and Spanish affair. That is vital context in understanding why, between the mid-1980s and the mid-2000s, English clubs performed so poorly in Europe, or indeed, didn't perform at all. It is less relevant, though not entirely irrelevant, to understanding why Liverpool lost the 2022 Champions League final against Real Madrid, Newcastle and Man United went out in this season's group stage, and Arsenal, despite putting between 4 to 6 goals past every Premier League team that they face at the moment, just lost 1-0 against Porto without registering a single shot on target. It's not entirely irrelevant because there are still tactical differences between Premier League teams and those on the continent, and indeed between different teams on the continent themselves. Chiefly, the Premier League is still played at a faster pace and with more physicality than most of Europe's biggest leagues. Tactically and professionally, the league has changed an enormous amount since the beginning of the 1990s, the breakaway of the Premier League from the rest of the Football League, and the European Cup becoming the Champions League. Arsene Wenger was the catalyst for a lot of that change after he was appointed by Arsenal in 1996, particularly in terms of the diet and nutrition. The drinking culture in English football was still enormous when Wenger arrived, something that was alien to players throughout the rest of Europe, and Wenger set about changing it at Arsenal. As soon as the results of those reforms became evident and made such a huge difference for Arsenal, everyone else had to follow suit or get left behind. In Wenger's first full season in charge of Arsenal, the Gunners won a Premier League and FA Cup double, and for the next 8 seasons, they never finished lower than second. The results, therefore, were fairly emphatic, and it didn't take long for the rest of the league to catch up. Now that diet, nutrition, training, conditioning, and sports science are as good in England as they are anywhere else in the world, if not marginally superior, given the resources at the disposal of Premier League clubs. At the academy level, likewise, English clubs, professional or otherwise, have come on leaps and bounds even just over the last decade, in terms of introducing small-sided games, small goals, 1, 2 or 3 touch matches, and just generally putting a much greater emphasis on technical ability and honing a player's skills, rather than just who is the quickest, strongest, and most likely to win you a game before they're even fully developed. English teams are, nonetheless, often less patient in possession than their European counterparts. Manchester City, the reigning European champions, are an obvious exception to this, but if you look at either Newcastle or Manchester United in the Champions League group stage this season, both sides struggled to dominate possession and control games. Even in their most impressive Champions League performance and result, a 4-1 win at home against PSG, Newcastle only kept 26% possession. That is less than Luton Town kept against Man City in the Premier League this season, as was the 27% that Newcastle had in their 1-1 draw away in Paris. The situation was, if anything, even worse for Manchester United, despite having far more recent pedigree and experience than Newcastle in Europe, who only kept more than 50% possession at home against Copenhagen and Galatasaray out of their 6 group games, and even then, they barely did, with 51 and 55% possession. Away at Galatasaray, United only saw 42% of the ball, and in both games against Bayern, they never got above 40%. It's a similar problem that we have seen at times with the England national team, particularly at major tournaments where the games come thick and fast, and the conditions can be hot and humid, where they begin to lose the midfield battle during the knockout stage. Speaking of games coming thick and fast, it is hard to imagine that the intensity of the Premier League, the number of games in English football, and the strength of the league as a whole doesn't hurt English teams that compete in Europe. I mentioned briefly at the beginning of this video some of the financial disparities between the Premier League and Europe's other leagues, which one might imagine would lead to English clubs hoovering up the continent's biggest prizes on a routine basis. That's not an entirely unreasonable assumption, but the real disparity, when it comes to the Premier League compared to every other league, isn't so much in terms of the rich 6 or 7, though they do have definite advantages, but in terms of the rest. Let me explain what I mean. For all of the woe is me talk of Real Madrid president Florentino Perez, and the murmurs of discontent among him and his acolytes about the Premier League's revenue and revenue growth far outstripping Europe's other leagues, the reality is that Real Madrid can still compete financially with any other team in world football. For now at least. Los Blancos took Thibaut Courtois, Antonio Rudiger, and Eden Hazard from Chelsea, one of the Premier League's rich 6, and they routinely beat Chelsea and other rich 6 clubs to widely identified transfer targets like Vinicius Jr., Eduardo Camavinga, Aurelien Tchouameni, Jude Bellingham, and likely soon Kylian Mbappe, that almost all clubs are or would be desperate to sign. Consequently, the Real Madrid wage bill is higher than that of any team in the Premier League, as is PSG's, which has been the highest in Europe for the last few years. Meanwhile, Barcelona and Bayern Munich's wage bills are higher than either Arsenal or Tottenham's, and Inter Milan, Juventus and Atletico Madrid all maintain wage bills significantly higher than Newcastle's, again, for now at least. This graph by the excellent Swiss Ramble, who I hope won't mind me borrowing it since I have included his watermark, I pay for his Substack, and I would recommend subscribing to it also for anyone who is interested in football finance, is a perfect illustration of what I'm talking about. The graph illustrates the distribution of wages in each of Europe's big 5 leagues, from the top to the bottom clubs. As you can see, at the top, both Liga and La Liga are ahead of the Premier League, and neither Serie A nor the Bundesliga are all that far behind. As soon as you go past the first 2, 3, or, in Ligue 1's case at least, 1 team, the drop-off is startling. The wages at the 3rd highest spending team in Ligue 1 is already lower than that of all but the bottom 3 in the Premier League. A mid-table club in England's top flight pays their players at least twice as much as a mid-table club in any other league. It is probably for this reason that we see English teams performing especially well in recent editions of the Europa League and the UEFA Conference League, since the disparities there between Premier League clubs and their competition is far greater than it is between Premier League clubs and Europe's uber elite in the Champions League. West Ham, for example, who won the Conference League last season, have a higher wage bill than European regulars like the Europa League winners Sevilla and current Bundesliga league leaders Bayer Leverkusen, and almost exactly twice the size of their actual Conference League final opponents Fiorentina. Brighton and Liverpool, both of whom topped their groups in the Europa League this season, along with West Ham, have the biggest budget in the competition by far in Liverpool's case, and among the biggest in West Ham and even Brighton's, despite the latter being viewed as plucky underdogs and such savvy operators in England, which they are. Though Brighton have a bottom-half wage bill in the Premier League, emphasising just how well they did to finish 6th last season, and to currently sit in 7th, their wage bill is actually the same size as the 2nd highest spending club in France, namely their Europa League group stage opponents Marseille, and higher than the likes of Villarreal, Eintracht Frankfurt, and even last season's Serie A title winners Napoli. Aston Villa, England's sole representative in this season's Conference League, keeping the claret and blue flame firmly alive, may be punching above their weight to be 4th in the Premier League this season, but in the Conference League, they are in a world of their own. Only Eintracht Frankfurt and the 2 Turkish giants have budgets which can compete with theirs, and most Conference League teams have wage bills that would look low in the Championship, the 2nd tier of English football, let alone in the Premier League. Maybe the best illustration of the disparity distribution is a comparison between the team that sits 10th, so exactly mid-table, in each of Europe's top 5 leagues. La Liga's 10th place team Getafe have a £42 million wage bill. The Bundesliga's 10th place team Hoffenheim's is £74 million. The team in 10th in Serie A is Torino, whose wage bill is £65 million. In Ligue 1, it's Lyon, who actually have the league's fourth highest wage bill of £84 million. But in the Premier League, the team in 10th is Chelsea, whose wage bill is £340 million, which is far more than the other four clubs all combined, and ranks joint 7th among the biggest wage bills in Europe, tied with Barcelona. Over the last 2 seasons, Chelsea are, quite literally, the highest spending football team of all time over that period of time, even when adjusted for football-specific inflation. That prompts the question, why haven't English clubs historically dominated the Europa League, having had this financial advantage, albeit not quite to the same extent, for much of the past 2 decades? To which the answer, in large part, however unsatisfying it might sound, is just that, for a very long time, English clubs didn't have the same interest in the Europa League, and particularly the UEFA Cup, as it was previously known, as clubs from pretty much everywhere else in Europe. Before foreign coaches with a better feel and affinity for the competition came into the Premier League, and particularly before winning the Conference League and the Europa League came with qualification for the Europa League and the Champions League the following year, the Europa League or UEFA Cup was just viewed as more of an inconvenience by whichever of the rich 6 teams happened to drop into it after failing to qualify for the Champions League. Whereas a lot of European teams would rest players in domestic fixtures to keep them fresh for a UEFA Cup tie, Liverpool or Spurs might do the precise opposite, resting players in Europe ahead of a Premier League fixture. The Europa League and Conference League are major cash cows for many European clubs, but for Premier League teams, it is a drop in the ocean. My own club, Hull City, after we qualified for the Europa League, unforgivably in my opinion, rested players for a trip to Lochran because we were playing Stoke City in the Premier League at the weekend, and ended up getting knocked out of Europe for the sake, supposedly, of drawing 1-1 at home against Stoke. For fans, the idea of sacrificing a once-in-a-lifetime run in Europe, particularly for a club like little old Hull City, for the sake of 1 point in the battle for survival, is a travesty. But for the club, it was just a straightforward business decision. Even going deep in the Europa League wouldn't make up for a fraction of the revenue lost with Premier League relegation. Naturally, of course, we ended up getting knocked out of the Europa League early and getting relegated that season, so it was really the worst of all worlds. I mean, we may as well have had a go in Europe after all. Now that the attitude towards the Europa League has changed though, 4 out of the last 8 Europa League finals have featured an English club, including an all-English final between Chelsea and Arsenal in 2019, and the 3 English clubs in the competition this season all feature among the 5 favourites to win the whole thing. Likewise, I would be personally surprised if English clubs didn't routinely start to make the Conference League final and win the competition, following in West Ham's footsteps. At this point, it is probably worth addressing the elephant in the room, which is that, although I had numerous requests to make a video about why English clubs aren't more dominant in Europe, English clubs historically not having been dominant in Europe, and English clubs certainly not having been dominant in the Champions League so far this season, in some ways, and this might seem like an odd thing to say in this of all videos, English clubs are actually quite dominant in Europe. Only 6 wins out of the last 24 Champions Leagues is one way of putting it, but half of those 6 wins have come in the last 5 years, and 3 out of 5 paints a rather different picture to 6 out of 24. England ranks first in UEFA's league coefficient rankings, which is based solely on the performance of each country's clubs in Europe, and by a distance, there have been 5 English finalists in the last 8 Europa Leagues, the reigning Conference League champions are English, and the last 6 Champions League finals have featured 7 English clubs. Spain is the only other country to have had multiple finalists, but by multiple, I mean 2, compared to England's 7, and they were both the same team, Real Madrid, whereas England has had 4 different finalists in the last 5 years alone. You could make the case that English clubs could still be more dominant, and there is no doubt that they have an abysmal record against foreign, and especially Spanish opposition in finals, but overall, it's not bad going, is it? There are lots of reasons why English clubs may face additional hurdles in Europe, Aside from all those that I've already mentioned, the point that I was trying to make earlier about the speed, intensity, and relentlessness of the Premier League before getting sidetracked blindly by wage comparisons was that Premier League teams very rarely get to take their foot off the gas. Because the elite in Europe's other major leagues have budgets in line or sometimes even greater than the big six teams in the Premier League, while the rest of those leagues have budgets lower than top-half championship teams, it's much easier for the likes of Real Madrid, Bayern Munich and PSG, in a typical season at least, to rest and rotate players, or at least for those players to avoid burnout by coasting and relaxing in games where they have significant control and dominance, far more so than it is for Premier League teams. Combine that with the lack of a proper winter break, and the fact that England has not won, like most other countries, but two domestic cup competitions, the FA Cup and the EFL Cup, making for an even more compact and demanding schedule at times, and it's not hard to see why, particularly in the latter stages of a season, Premier League clubs could be at a disadvantage. Pep Guardiola's great Barcelona team, for example, when they won the Champions League in 2009, they had such a comfortable margin at the top of the La Liga table that they were able to rest and rotate all of their big hitters, failing to win any of their final four league games in fact, even losing against minnows like Mallorca and Osasuna, in order to be at maximum capacity for the Champions League semi-final and final ties against Chelsea and Manchester United. Chelsea and Manchester United, by contrast, was still going hell for leather in the league at the time and couldn't afford to take any games lightly, with the exception of Man United's very last game of the year that season, because the title had already been wrapped up. What's more, much as it shouldn't, because it is just 11 players against 11 players, rather than the badge on the shirt or trophies in the museum, European pedigree really seems to matter in competitions like the Champions League and Europa League. When you look at the sense of belief that Real Madrid or Sevilla always possess in those respective competitions. Make no mistake, I think that this is a secondary consideration at best, but some English teams lack that pedigree, and it is much harder for them to build it up. Whereas the big hitters in Europe from other countries, whether that be Barca, Bayern, Real Madrid or PSG, tend to qualify for the Champions League every single season, and have done for as long as anyone can care to remember. In the Premier League, the country's Champions League and Europa League representatives are often chopping and changing. Newcastle, for example, may have been hurt by a lack of Champions League pedigree this season, but having built up some minor experience, they are unlikely to build upon that in the immediate future next season, currently 8th in the Premier League table. What makes the Premier League unique in some ways is that Liverpool, for example, won the Champions League during the same season that they finished 5th in the Premier League in 2005, Chelsea won it despite finishing 6th in the league in 2012, and the Blues won it again in 2021, in a season in which they finished 4th, just 1 point above Leicester City. It is unimaginable that that could happen in any other league. It is also illustrative, I think, of the nature of knockout football and cup competitions. The reality is, the so-called best team doesn't necessarily always win. Even if it were the case that by virtue of the league's financial supremacy, Premier League clubs were automatically better than teams from Europe's other major leagues, which, as we've already established, isn't necessarily true, and nor does that financial advantage even exist at the very highest level. But if we were to imagine that it did, it still wouldn't be the case that an English club would win every European trophy every single season. Knockout football is random. The Liverpool team in 2005 wasn't fit to lace the AC Milan team's boots. How can Chelsea possibly have been the best team in Europe when they finished 6th in the Premier League below Alan Pardew's Newcastle? When they won it in 2021, beating Man City in the final, they did so during the same season they finished a massive 19 points behind Man City in the league. To surmise then, why aren't English clubs more dominant in Europe? Well, basically, they are pretty dominant, though they weren't historically for lots of reasons, a European ban and the hangover from that exile chief among them. They are becoming ever more dominant as the league's financial advantage grows and now the Messi-Ronaldo axis and Barca Madrid's stronghold has ended, and in UEFA's secondary and recently introduced tertiary competitions, now that they're taking them seriously at least, where they have a far greater advantage, and when they don't win, we shouldn't be that surprised because Europe's elite have budgets as big, if not bigger than them, and also knockout football is random and unpredictable, and the best team doesn't always necessarily win, but rarely, mainly, and this ought not be overlooked, English clubs are pretty dominant. Manchester United were just rubbish in this season's Champions League. Newcastle had a tough group and an injury crisis and also weren't that great. And Arsenal will probably still beat Porto at home and progress, despite losing the first leg, and even if they don't, they probably will next time around, because they'll most likely only have lost because knockout football is random and unpredictable. I really don't see what is so hard to understand about any of that. Anyway, hopefully the people who asked feel as though I have suitably answered their question. I'm not sure what else there is to say on the matter other than I hope that you all enjoyed it, and I think that I might need my inhaler now. Thank you all very much, as I say, as ever, for watching. Hit the like button if you did enjoy it. I obviously hope that was the case. Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments, and it goes without saying at this stage, what are you doing if you're not already subscribed and have notifications turned on for both this channel, HITC7s, and also my second channel, Alfie Potts Harbour, both of which should be about to appear on your screens now, along with a couple of videos that you might fancy watching after this one. You can also find me on Twitter, Instagram, or Threads by the username @HITC7s on all three, and all of those links plus a whole lot more should be down in the video description below. Cheers! Three European teams who had until recently dominated their domestic top flights are mired in crises this season. Lyon, who won a record-breaking 7 successive Ligue 1 titles during the 2000s, currently find themselves bottom of the league, winless after 9 games, and already a whopping 7 points from safety. Ajax, who are the most successful team in Dutch football, 36-time national and 4-time European champions, and Champions League semi-finalists as recently as 2019, also now find themselves bottom of the Eredivisie table, 8 games into the current campaign, having only won 1 game all season and having lost their last 5 on the bounce. And last but not least, FC Basel, who throughout most of the 2010s had begun to take it for granted that they would win the Swiss Super League every season. I have already made videos about Lyon and Ajax's catastrophic current campaigns, and the cacophony of cataclysms that led them to this point, which means, of course, that today it is the turn of Basel. The Swiss Super League might not have the same kind of prestige as either Ligue 1 or the Eredivisie, and FC Basel's name may not carry quite the same weight or cultural cachet as Lyon or Ajax's throughout the continent, but in many ways, when put in context, Basel's demise is actually the most extraordinary of them all. Basel didn't just win 11 out of a possible 14 Swiss Super League titles between 2004 and 2017, and 8 on the bounce from 2010 onwards. They routinely did so without so much as breaking a sweat. In the 2016-17 season, for example, Basel won 26 of their 36 matches, racking up a colossal 86 points and finishing 17 points clear of league runners-up Young Boys. Basel's domestic dominance was such that some outsiders only half-jokingly suggested that they should join Ligue 1 or the Bundesliga instead, or that if the Swiss Super League were to merge with the Austrian Bundesliga, Red Bull Salzburg could at least provide them with some suitable competition. On the European stage, Basel became the continent's ultimate trolls, perennially considered to be underdogs despite routine scalps against some of Europe's biggest clubs. Tottenham, Liverpool, Manchester City, Valencia, Bayern Munich, Chelsea and Manchester United all suffered a Basel bruising at one stage or another, and I don't mean Manchester United now, I mean back in 2011 when they were still good under Alex Ferguson, but Basel still dumped them out of the Champions League. It seemed as though Basel had made the Swiss Super League their own little fiefdom, a playground for them to prepare for giant killings, as they cemented their status as perhaps Europe's premier destination for young players looking to launch their careers on the continent. And yet, 6 years on from winning the league at a canter, and less than 6 months since reaching the semi-finals of the UEFA Conference League, Basel are dead last in the Swiss Super League, having won just one of their opening 11 games, and now considered genuine candidates to be relegated from a league that they had grown accustomed to dominating. So, just what on earth is going on? Well, today that's what we're going to try and figure out. So sit back, relax, and join me on a journey to Basel, often referred to as the cultural capital of Switzerland, and for so long the football capital, as we take a look at a football club in disarray, supporters in open revolt, and a management team from straight out of a comic book. Although FC Basel may be synonymous with success in Switzerland and giant killings in Europe, at least among anyone under the age of 30, it wasn't always thus. Basel were a crack side in the late 1960s and early 1970s, with Helmut Hauser and future legendary manager Ottmar Hitzfeld leading their line, during which time they won 5 Swiss championships and the inaugural Swiss League Cup, but outside of that, Basel were long considered underachievers. A mid-table team throughout most of the 1980s and 1990s, Basel were relegated in the late 80s and very nearly again in 1998. By the start of the 2000s, Basel had become almost a byword for mediocrity, but their fortunes were about to turn. At the beginning of the new millennium, several factors fell into place for Basel. It started with the appointment of Christian Gross, a 2-time Swiss Super League title-winning manager with Grasshopper, whose stock had fallen sufficiently far during an ill-fated 10-month stint at Tottenham Hotspur to put him within Basel's reach. Gross was given the license to carry out a full rebuild at Basel, and it proved to be a stroke of genius. In his debut campaign, Basel climbed to second in the qualifying phase of what was then the National League A, followed by a third-place finish in the Championship phase. That was enough to earn Basel qualification for the qualifying round of the UEFA Cup for the first time in over 20 years, where they made it as far as the second round before falling to a 3-1 defeat over 2 legs against Feyenoord. Nonetheless, Basel were heading in the right direction, and a stadium move in 2001 added rocket fuel to Gross's project. The new St. Jakob Park, built at a cost of over $130 million and able to accommodate 38,512 spectators, is the largest football stadium in Switzerland. It was a bold move, in some respects, for a club that averaged fewer than 10,000 fans at their home games in their final season at the original St. Jakob Park, and had won nothing for an entire generation. Basel is the 3rd largest city in Switzerland, but it still only has a population of 171,000 people, making it just a little bit smaller than either Peterborough or Southend. The St. Jakob Park is therefore capable of packing in almost a quarter of Basel's overall population, making it equivalent to London having a 2 million-seater stadium, or Leeds Stadium, which could hold over 170,000 people. Basel is a city that is mad about football, though, where Basel faced no competition, and even during the club's darkest days, practically without fail, they still had the highest average attendance in the division. Even this season, in which Basel have been truly abysmal, they still have the 2nd highest average in the Swiss Super League, drawing, on average, crowds of over 22,000. During their first full season playing at their new ground, Basel averaged crowds of 26,000 as they won their first Swiss championship since 1980 and a first Swiss Cup since 1975. Gross added a 2nd Swiss Cup the following season, missing out on the league title to his former club Grasshopper by just a solitary point this time around. Although the league campaign ended in disappointment, it was a historic season for Basel, which marked their return as a serious team in Europe. Basel beat Celtic in the 3rd qualifying round of the Champions League, drawing 3-3 on aggregate over 2 legs, but progressing by virtue of away goals, and then they qualified as runners-up from their group ahead of Liverpool, following just 1 defeat in 6 games. The 2nd group stage, up against Juventus, Manchester United, and Deportivo La Coruña, proved to be a step too far for Basel, but they still managed to hold their own, enjoying famous victories against Deport and Juventus, the latter of whom only qualified for the quarterfinals ahead of them by virtue of goal difference. The following season, the top flight of Swiss football was rebranded as the Swiss Super League and reorganised, moving from 12 teams to 10 and going to a single league system, as is the case with most of Europe's top leagues, rather than a qualifying and then championship or relegation stage. Basel dominated this new era of Swiss football. They won the first 2 Swiss Super League titles, and in 2006, Swiss-German billionaire heiress Gisela Uri became Basel's first chairwoman at the club's AGM. Uri brought with her a fresh injection of cash, as Basel broadened their horizons when it came to recruitment, as well as strengthening their own youth department. In 2012, Uri somewhat controversially stepped down, later claiming to have been forced out, handing her shares over to Vice-Chairman Bernhard Häusler, CFO Stefan Wertmüller, and Sporting Director Georg Heitz. The good times rolled, despite Uri's departure, with the legacy of the Youth Campus Basel, which she opened in 2010, proving vital to Basel's future success. Basel became untouchable in the Super League, and in the 2011-12 season, they beat Manchester United en route to the knockout stage of the UEFA Champions League, dumping the Red Devils out in the process. Throughout Basel's era of relentless success, the club was renowned above all else, at least outside of Switzerland, for their development of young players, whether that be graduates of their own youth ranks, like Jan Sommer or Granit Xhaka, or youngsters brought in from elsewhere, like Manuel Akanji or Mohamed Salah. What Basel were excellent at doing was retaining a solid core of experienced, dependable players, and then consistently adding raw but incredibly talented young players to that group. So, the likes of Fabian Frey, Benjamin Hergel and Valentin Stocker might have formed the long-term backbone of the Basel team, those 3 alone racked up more than 900 appearances between them, but they would be complemented by the burgeoning talent of a Salah or Shaqiri. Basel knew full well that they couldn't keep hold of anyone as talented as the latter 2 long-term. No matter how well run you might be, doing so as a Swiss Super League club is an impossibility in the modern game, but they could keep hold of them for long enough for those players to develop and make a real impact before being sold on for healthy fees. It was an arrangement that worked out for everyone. For young players, it was the chance to put themselves in the shop window of Europe's elite while playing for a club renowned for giving youth a chance and for nurturing talent at a decent level in front of big crowds every week, with Champions League football, safe in the knowledge that Basel wouldn't try and hold you back or deny you a move once a big club and a big offer came along. To top it all off, there are certainly worse places to live for a few years. It is difficult to overstate, in a European context, how impressive Basel's business and sporting operations were throughout the duration of this time. Basel frequently ranked among the top 20 clubs in Europe, as per UEFA's club coefficient based upon performance in European competition, despite having a budget that wasn't just smaller than anyone else's, but was dwarfed by every other club in that top 20. Basel routinely ranked above clubs like Man City, Manchester United, Liverpool and both of the Milan Giants, despite having revenue and a wage bill about 1/7 of the size of the 2 Manchester clubs. The 2016-17 season was, domestically at least, a high point for Basel. Despite a disappointing Champions League group stage exit, having been drawn against Arsenal, PSG, and nouveau riche Bulgarian outfit Ludogorets, Basel stormed the Swiss Super League, averaging over 2.5 goals scored and fewer than 1 goal conceded throughout the course of the entire campaign. Basel also cruised their way to their first Swiss Cup crown in 5 years, having been losing finalists thrice during that time, inspired by the loan signing of Seydou Doumbia from Roma, who scored 20 goals in 25 Swiss Super League games. The summer of 2017, however, was a turning point for Basel. Ludicrously successful club president Bernhard Häusler, who oversaw 8 league titles in 8 seasons at the helm, decided to retire. Meanwhile, Georg Heitz, Basel's sporting director, who was responsible for signings like Manuel Akanji and Mohamed Salah, also departed, later taking up the same role at Chicago Fire in Major League Soccer, which he still holds. Häusler was replaced as president by Bernhard Bergner, another Basel native, and a media entrepreneur. Bearing in mind that Basel had been almost impeccably run for the preceding decade, root and branch change was not required, yet that's exactly what Bergner delivered. His first error of judgment was allowing head coach Urs Fischer to leave the club early and not offering him a new deal. In 2 years at Basel, Fischer won almost 67% of his 102 games in charge, won 3 trophies, and despite struggling to progress in the Champions League, Basel had topped their Europa League group in the 2015-16 campaign, following victories against Fiorentina, Lech Poznan and Belenenses, before beating Saint Etienne in the round of 32 and only falling to eventual winner Sevilla in the round of 16. Nonetheless, Bergner apparently wanted his own man and to put his own mark on the Basel team. He did so by appointing Raphael Vicky, who had been a youth team coach at Basel since 2013, with about 8 weeks of the 2016-17 season remaining. Legend has it that Vicky was appointed, in part, because he presented his managerial strategy on PowerPoint, and Bergner is a big PowerPoint fan. I would perhaps take that particular anecdote with a pinch of salt, but it was Vicky's first job in senior management, and it would be the first season in 9 years in which Basel failed to win the Swiss Super League title. Following 8 successive league titles, though, Basel didn't just narrowly miss out on making it 9 out of 9, they finished a massive 15 points behind Young Boys as the club from Bern lifted their first championship in 32 years. At the end of the season, Vicky was sacked, moving back into youth team football with the United States' under-17s team. Urs Fischer, meanwhile, after being ousted by Bergner, joined Union Berlin, guiding the German Minnows to a first-ever Bundesliga promotion in his debut campaign, and remarkable 11th, 7th, 5th and 4th place finishes in Germany's top flight over the last 4 seasons, earning Champions League qualification. Though they have endured a dire start to the current campaign, in recent years, Union have almost become the Basel of yesteryear, at least in terms of their unlikely conquests, and consistently punching above their weight. It wasn't just internal shenanigans that undermined Basel in the summer of 2017. Champions League reforms carried out by UEFA would also come at a severe cost. Whereas up to 2017, the Swiss Super League title winners qualified automatically for the group stage of the Champions League, from the 2017-18 season onwards, the league's title winners would instead be entered into a brutal playoff round. Given Champions League revenue was so vital to Basel's business operation, it was a potentially devastating alteration. As Basel only finished as runners-up though, they didn't even go straight into the playoff round. Instead, they went into the second qualifying round, meaning that they would have to win 3 ties, each contested over 2 legs, just to reach the group stage. In their first playoff game against Greek outfit Pauka, Basel lost 5-1. The first leg was Raphael Vicky's final game in charge, meanwhile the second leg came during Basel legend Alexander Frey's interim period, in charge of the club. A day later, Marcel Koller was appointed as Basel's new manager, fresh off the back of 6 years managing Austria's national team. Despite Champions League disappointments, which came at a huge financial cost to the club, Basel still had the Europa League to fall back on, where they went straight into the third qualifying round as the second highest seeded team. Kohler guided Basel to a 2-0 win over 2 legs against Vitesse, but in the playoff round, Basel drew 3-3 on aggregate with Cypriot side Apollon Limassol and were eliminated on away goals. When Bergner arrived, he not only changed the manager at Basel, but a lot of the senior management as well, bringing in several former legends to surround him, including Marco Strella, who replaced Georgi Heitz as sporting director, and Massimo Ceccarani, who already was the technical director of Basel's youth department, but Bergner promoted him to Basel's board of directors. Bergner attempted to unite the club and his new legend-centric senior management team behind the slogan Für immer Rot-Bleu, which is German for Forever Red and Blue. Bergner's recruits may have been well-intentioned, but whether they possess the necessary experience or expertise is an entirely different question. In Bergener's first season as president of Basel, Manuel Akanji, Renato Steffen, and Jean-Paul Bautas all departed, along with a few of the squad's older heads who either retired or were allowed to leave on freeze. Only €7 million of the more than €25 million Basel generated in transfer revenue was reinvested in the first-team squad. Basel's initial recruitment wasn't all that bad, though. Marquis signing Ricky van Wolfswinkel hardly set the world alight, but he still averaged 1 in 2 during his debut campaign. Fabian Frey returned following 3 years at Mainz, and Albion Ayeti was the pick of the bunch, signed for less than €1.5 million from divisional rival St. Gallen. Nonetheless, the loss of Akanji and Stefan mid-season was hugely damaging, and Basel only won 1 of their first 5 games following the restart. It was during that time that Young Boys pulled clear, opening up an unassailable lead at the top of the table. Over the summer, Basel raised a further €13 million in player sales, as the likes of Mohamed El-Yanoussi and Thomas Vasilic departed, only half of which was ever reinvested. This time around, the inexperience of Basel's senior management began to show, and the gap between Basel and Young Boys in the 2018-19 season was extended to 20 points. In September 2018, in the 7th game of the Swiss Super League season, Basel lost 7-1 away at Young Boys. Young Boys had already usurped Basel to win the league title the previous season, but the nature of this defeat felt significant. In the space of 15 months, Basel had gone from conceding fewer than a goal a game on average over the course of an entire Swiss Super League season to shipping 7 in less than an hour. The speed of their collapse, and indeed Young Boys' rise, which ought not be diminished within this story, was fairly remarkable. In some ways, it felt like Manchester City's 6-1 win against Manchester United in 2011. Manchester United were still a competitive side and the reigning Premier League champions, but the game felt symbolic, almost like a passing of the baton from the great team of one era to the great team of the next. And in both instances, so it has proved. Just as Manchester United went from being the dominant force in English football under Alex Ferguson to failing to win a single Premier League title since he retired, with Man City inheriting that mantle and becoming arguably even more dominant in some ways, so too have Young Boys, winning 5 out of the last 6 Swiss Super League titles and beating the likes of Juventus, Feyenoord and Manchester United in Europe. Meanwhile, Basel have slinked off into the shadows without a league title since then, trophyless over the last 4 years, and now in total disarray. European failure in Bergener's debut campaign blunted Basel's revenue and prevented them from being able to mount an immediate response to having been dethroned domestically. In the 2019-20 season, a further €25 million was raised in transfer revenue, as top scorer Albion Ayeti left to join West Ham. Meanwhile, Basel spent barely a cent. Paraguayan defender Omar Alderete was the only player Basel signed for a fee, arriving for €1.7 million from Huracan in Argentina, and he was swiftly sold for a €2.3 million profit following a single season at St. Jakob Park. Alderete's tale has become the norm at Basel now. Whereas once the club had a solid core of dependable and consistent players, many of them graduates of their own youth ranks, complemented by cosmopolitan arrivals with very high ceilings, who they could keep hold of for 2 or 3 years before selling on for sizable profits, Basel no longer enjoy that luxury. Most of their experienced players have retired or departed, leaving them without a spine upon which to build. And as soon as anyone they sign, or anyone who comes through their own youth ranks, looks remotely promising, they're sold in a flash. It not only means that Basel's squad is constantly being weakened and torn apart, making it difficult for them to maintain their standards, let alone return to the summit of the Swiss game, it also means significantly less transfer revenue in the long term. Though Basel might be able to bring in a few million here and there through the sale of promising players, by selling them before they have illustrated what they're truly capable of, or have realised even a fraction of their potential, and without them having starred in the Champions League against elite-level competition, as used to be the case, Basel are forced to sell for cents on the franc, so to speak, of what their players might one day be worth. Mohamed Salah, for example, was sold to Chelsea for £11 million in 2011 after scoring 3 goals in 4 games against the Blues during his 2 seasons in Switzerland. Xherdan Shaqiri, likewise, spent 3 seasons starring for his boyhood club before being snapped up by Bayern Munich for a similar feat to Salah, after he too had impressed against his future club in the Champions League. More recent Basel departee, Ere Komar, by contrast, another graduate of the Basel Academy, was allowed to leave in 2022, having never played Champions League football, for just €800,000 in a move to Valencia. Following 31 La Liga appearances for Valencia, Komar is now on loan at Nantes, where he has impressed so far this season, and less than 2 years after leaving Basel, his value is already significantly higher than €800,000. More importantly, Basel have lost their reputation and prestige for being the premier destination for hungry and talented young players from across the world looking to make a name for themselves in Europe. Basel is still a lovely place to spend a few years, they haven't lost that at least, but FC Basel can no longer offer young players Champions League football, uber professionalism, or development in a settled and united environment. In that respect, Basel have lost their USP, and signings like Christopher Martins Pereira, Mohamed Ali Kamara, and Mesha Kalia would suggest that perhaps young boys have also stolen that crown from them. Around the time of Basel's 7-1 defeat against Young Boys in 2018, and naturally intensified by it, there was a growing malcontent among Basel supporters and an open animosity between them and the club's management. That toxicity worsened in 2019 when Basel acquired a 26% stake in Indian club Chennai City for a reported €1 million fee. Basel claimed that the partnership would be mutually beneficial to both parties, but their own ultras weren't quite so convinced. Bergener had been elected president in 2017 on a promise, pretty much above all else, to make Basel a more locally oriented club, with more locally born and raised players in their side. Bergener's stated ambition was actually to have 8 local players in Basel's starting 11, with 6 of them being graduates of the club's own youth department. As with an expansion into the world of esports, at a time when Basel were struggling on the pitch, the club's investment in Chennai City was viewed through the lens of a lack of focus on Basel's core business, namely their own football team. Basel Ultras protested against both the club's esports and I-League ventures, but to little avail, and when news of Basel's cash reserves, having been drained by the current administration, began to reach the public domain, they started to call for Bergener's head. In the 2019-20 season, Basel fell to 3rd in the Swiss Super League table and lost in the final of the Swiss Cup against Young Boys, though they also topped their Europa League group, making it through to the quarter-finals after thrashing Eintracht Frankfurt in the round of 16. There were unsubstantiated rumours that, in the summer of 2019, sporting director Marco Streller had wanted to sack head coach Marcel Kohler, and even did so and almost appointed Patrick Rahman before changing his mind at the final second and bringing Kohler back. Instead, it was Streller himself who departed, leaving Basel to become a pundit on Swiss television. Kohler was still sacked at the end of the season following domestic disappointment, despite his European heroics, but as Basel's managerial merry-go-round descended further into farce, it was far from the most pressing concern as far as Basel supporters were concerned. No, that was the news that Basel president and majority shareholder Bernhard Bergener was in talks to sell an initial 20 to 30% of the club's shares to Centricus, a London-based but allegedly Saudi-funded investment firm who also tried to buy Chelsea in 2022. In Switzerland, there is not just a long history of clubs like Basel collapsing after successful eras, whether that be Sion, Servette, St. Gallen or Grasshopper, but in many instances, those demises being brought about by dubious foreign investment. Centrica's rumoured partial and potential full takeover was not just viewed as undesirable by Basel fans, but as a death sentence. Basel's members, who pay around £90 a season for the privilege, own a quarter of the club's shares, but the remaining 75% is owned by FC Basel Holding AG. Since 2017, Bergener had owned 90% of FC Basel Holding's shares, and therefore about 2/3 of the club itself. The only person capable of preventing Bergener from selling to Centrica was former Basel and Switzerland midfielder David Degen, who, in September 2019, acquired a 10% stake in FC Basel Holding. As part of that investment, Degen would have the first right of refusal to acquire any shares that Bergener was looking to sell. What ensued was a bitter and incredibly complex set of legal wranglings, and as if that wasn't enough, during this time, Basel, like the rest of world football, had to contend with COVID-19 and a whole series of extremely costly lockdowns. Basel's financial situation then, amidst a backdrop of uncertainty and unrest, went from bad to worse. Marcel Kohler's successor, Chiricio Savorza, didn't manage to see out the season, sacked in April, having won just one of his last 9 games. Under Savorza's watch, Basel were also knocked out of the Europa League before reaching the group stage by CSKA Sofia, as well as suffering one of their most humiliating defeats of all time. Basel were thrashed 6-2 by second-tier Winterthur in the round 3 of the Swiss Cup, which is the stage at which Basel entered the competition. It was a new low for Basel, who, by this stage, had a new club president. Bergener was still Basel's majority shareholder, tied up in the courts, but he didn't stand for re-election as president, well aware of the level of resentment towards him from Basel fans, and former Basel midfielder and board member since 2008, Reto Baumgartner, was elected instead. Lockdowns prevented Basel supporters and ultras from voicing their displeasure with Bergener and at the prospect of foreign investment at St. Jakob Park, but in March 2021, when some restrictions were lifted, they took to the streets. Several stunts were staged, including a drive for supporters to return their season tickets, and the burial of Basel shirts at a public memorial in the city centre's Barfuserplatz. In May 2021, Bergener finally relinquished his shares, and not to Centrica, as David Degen acquired a 91.96% stake in FC Basel Holding AG. The news was greeted with relief among Basel fans, if not jubilation, at their club being kept out of the hands of the Saudis and overseas private equity firms, though there was caution when it came to what to expect of Degen himself. As players, the Degen brothers had a mixed reputation. David was only 38 years old, and there was a lack of clarity when it came to who was behind him providing the necessary funds to acquire Bergener's shares. On the pitch, meanwhile, interim head coach Patrick Rahman got the job on a permanent basis, but the fire sales continued. Artur Cabral, Eden Jagrova and Sylvain Wildmir all departed in the 2021-22 season, along with Ere Komar and Ricky van Wolfswinkel, as Rahman was tasked with rebuilding virtually an entire first-team squad on the cheap. That proved unsurprisingly difficult, and although Basel finally managed to finish above Young Boys, it was FC Zurich who won the league title with a sizable 14-point lead ahead of them. In November 2022, former Basel boss Heiko Vogel returned to the club as sporting director, and when club legend Alexander Frey was sacked, he assumed temporary charge for the rest of the campaign. Basel went on to finish 5th in the Swiss Super League last season, their lowest league finish in 25 years. Though hopeless at home, Basel made it through to the semi-finals of the Conference League in Europe, enjoying notable victories against Trabzonspor and Nice, en route to an exhilarating semi-final against Fiorentina. Basel won 2-1 away in Florence in the first leg, but lost 3-1 at home. After extra time, with Fiorentina's dramatic winner coming in the 10th minute of injury time, after 120 minutes of football had already been played. That is the context, over 20 years, that has brought us to this season. But even with this context of gradual, or at times not so gradual decline, Basel's 2023-24 campaign still beggars belief. Basel have won 1, drawn 2, and lost 8 of their opening 11 games, scoring 13 goals and conceding 25. It is the club's worst start to a season since the 1980s, in the season in which they were relegated. Having reached the semi-finals of the UEFA Conference League last season, this season, Basel lost in the second qualifying round, which is the stage at which they entered the competition, losing 4-3 against FC Tobol, who finished third in Kazakhstan's top flight last season. It is a far cry from giant killings against Manchester United and Bayern Munich. Basel are already on their third manager of the season, the most recent of whom was appointed literally whilst I was recording this video. Timo Schultz, formerly of St. Pauli, was appointed in the summer and allowed to overhaul the club's backroom staff. But 1 win from 8 in the Swiss Super League, combined with Conference League humiliation, was enough to see him sacked and replaced, once again, by sporting director Heiko Vogel. Vogel had 4 games in charge of Basel this time around, enjoying an exemplary record of 0 wins, 0 draws, and 4 defeats, with 0 goals scored and 10 conceded. He has just, and I really do mean just, been replaced by former Sion boss Fabio Celestini, and this time Vogel hasn't returned to his former role as a director, but has actually been sacked. That is welcome news as far as most Basel fans are concerned, with Vogel widely considered to be useless. But if there is one thing that the last few years has taught Basel fans, it is that things can always get worse. Basel tweeted yesterday, 3 hours after announcing Vogel's departure and Celestini's appointment, quote, "No goals in October equals no goal of the month," followed by a frowning emoji. This is a football club that, 6 years ago, appeared to be far too good for domestic football in Switzerland and had become a menace to Europe's elite. Tierno Barry, signed by Basel for €3 million from Bavaria in the summer, was sent off after receiving 2 yellow cards on his debut against St. Gallen. 5 days later, against FC Tobol in the Conference League, he scored the opening goal of the game after 25 minutes, before giving away 2 penalties in the space of 5 minutes and getting sent off again. Barry is yet to score since returning from his suspension, and his catastrophic start to life at Basel feels indicative of the club's dire management and fortunes in recent years. New Basel boss Fabio Celestini will begin his managerial reign this evening against third-tier SC Kreins in the Swiss Cup. Defeat is unimaginable, even for Basel in their current state, but the club's concern is no longer cup competitions or silverware, not this season at least. Celestini's task, unthinkable as it would have seemed at any stage over the last 20 years, is merely survival this season, and there are absolutely no guarantees that he will pull it off. And that is how far Basel have fallen. Anyhow, that is it for today's video, but thank you all very much as ever for watching. I shall have to attend to some trick-or-treaters now who have interrupted this video quite frequently throughout the course of this recording. You know, I'm not holding it against them, just saying. Thank you for watching. Hit the like button if you enjoyed it. Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments. And of course, make sure that you're subscribed and have notifications turned on for both this channel, HITC7s, and my second channel, Alfie Potts Armour. It would be foolish not to. Both of which should be on or about to appear on your screens now, along with a couple of videos that you might fancy watching after this one. You can also find me on Twitter, Instagram, or on Threads by the username @HITC7s on all 3. And all of those links, plus a whole lot more, should be down in the video description below. Cheers! FC Girondins de Bordeaux are an institution of French football. 6-time French champions and 17-time trophy winners in total, their former alumni includes the likes of Jean Tigana, Alain Giresse, and Zinedine Zidane. Quite literally, then, some of the greatest French footballers of all time. Bordeaux won their 6th French championship in only the 2008-09 season, just 15 years ago, bringing Lyon's run of 7 straight Ligue 1 titles to an end. The following season, Bordeaux beat Juventus and did the double over Bayern Munich, condemning the former to a spot in the Europa League, en route to topping their group in the UEFA Champions League, and as recently as the 2018-19 season, Bordeaux were still competing in the Europa League, following successive top six finishes. And yet, just a few years on, FC Girondins de Bordeaux, a club that was founded over 100 years ago, is no more. It is one of the biggest fatalities in football history, up there with Rangers, Napoli and Fiorentina, with potentially much more damning and long-term consequences. Last week, following an administrative relegation from Ligue 2 owing to their financial outlook, which was previously the lowest level that the club had ever played at, Bordeaux entered administration and voluntarily gave up their professional licence. It means that every one of Bordeaux's players, from the first team through to their youth ranks, is no longer contracted to them. They are forced to shut down their academy and youth centre, which is one of the most famous and prestigious in all of France, and it remains unclear at which step of the French Football League pyramid an amateur Bordeaux will be allowed to compete in next season, if indeed, as is currently a major concern, they are allowed to return at all. I made a video about Bordeaux's downfall and the existential threat facing the club a little over 2 years ago, in March 2022, back when they were in the Ligue 1 relegation zone. I rarely make follow-up videos on this channel, but given the magnitude of what has happened to Bordeaux, the wider significance of it, in terms of what it means for the sport as a whole, and the sheer number of requests that I have received since the news about Bordeaux spread like wildfire online, today is a rare exception. So sit back, relax, and join me on a journey to one of the most picturesque and bourgeois cities in France, as we take a look at how Bordeaux have gone from toppling a Juventus team of Buffon, Cannavaro, Del Piero and Trezeguet, and a Bayern Munich team of Lahm, Robben, Ribéry and Klose, to ceasing to exist and vacating their professional status that they had held since 1936, all in the space of less than 15 years. Olympique de Marseille are the only French club to have played more games and won more points in Ligue 1 than Bordeaux. That makes Bordeaux the French equivalent of Arsenal in England, Borussia Dortmund in Germany, Inter Milan in Italy, and FC Barcelona in Spain. Bordeaux's 6 league titles is also the same number as Chelsea and Valencia, more than Borussia Dortmund during the Bundesliga era, and twice as many as either Napoli or Roma. Before PSG's Qatari takeover in 2011, the Parisians had only won 2 top-flight league titles. That should put the scale of Bordeaux, and their demise, into some perspective. During the 1980s, Bordeaux won 3 Ligue 1 titles in just 4 seasons, as well as a couple of Coupe de France titles, beating Marseille in consecutive finals at the Parc des Princes. This was a Bordeaux team which featured French internationals like Patrick Battiston, René Girard, Thierry Tussaud, Jean Tigana and Alain Giresse, and was managed by Aimé Jacquet, who went on to guide France to glory in his last act in management at the 1998 World Cup. In the 1984-85 season, Bordeaux reached the semi-finals of the European Cup, where they were only beaten 3-2 on aggregate by eventual winners Juventus. This was a golden era for Bordeaux, but there would be plenty more good times to come. After dropping out of the top flight for a single season at the beginning of the 1990s, Bordeaux bounced back to win a 5th Ligue 1 title in 1999, with a team that featured the likes of Ulrich Rame, Sylvain Wiltord, and the unforgettable Johan Macoud. Wiltord and Macoud departed for Arsenal and Parma in 2000, a familiar occurrence for Bordeaux, who grew accustomed to losing their star players, but time and time again, they recruited and developed well, which was bolstered by one of the finest academies in the land. As good as Bordeaux were throughout much of the 1980s, in some ways, the 2008-09 season was an all-time high. Lyon had been utterly dominant during the 2000s, winning 7 successive Ligue 1 titles, which included pipping Bordeaux to the title by just 4 points the previous season. Both Lyon and Marseille had significantly larger budgets than Bordeaux, but inspired by Johan Gerkhoff, who was among the best players in world football that season, and aided by academy graduates like Pierre Ducasse, Mathieu Chalmé, Henri Saivet, and Marc Planus, Bordeaux returned to the summit of the French game, winning their last 11 matches on the bounce. Technically, Bordeaux won their first treble, beating Lyon in the Trophée des Champions at the beginning of the season, and lifting the Coupe de la Ligue for the third time, thrashing PSG in the semis, and Vannes in the final. However, it was almost immediately following this high point, and Bordeaux's Champions League heroics the following season, that the club's fortunes began to turn. Gerkhoff was sold to Bordeaux's former title rivals Lyon in the summer of 2010, but even more significantly, manager Laurent Blanc brought an end to his 3-year stay in Gironde, eventually taking over as France's head coach following the 2010 World Cup. Since the late 1990s, Bordeaux had been owned by Métropole Télévision, better known as Groupe M6. Though the media group hardly bankrolled Bordeaux, their ownership was stable. They maintained a healthy academy, sold players for decent fees, and reinvested their transfer profits wisely. As the finances in French football escalated, though, most notably with the arrival of the Qatari state at PSG in 2011, Groupe M6 could no longer keep up. What's more, with the rise of the internet and alternative media platforms rivaling television, Groupe M6 decided to streamline their operations and focus on their core business. So following almost 2 decades of ownership, Groupe M6 decided to sell Bordeaux. In November 2018, General American Capital Partners, or GACP, a hedge fund based in Miami, Florida, announced that they had acquired Bordeaux for $82 million. The timing was interesting. It came following 9 months of intense negotiations, and just 6 months after the Ligue de Football Professionnel, the governing body which controls professional football in France, had announced an enormous new television deal with the Spanish company MediaPro. The deal with MediaPro, which we will come on to, given that it played quite a significant role in the downfall of Bordeaux, was the second most lucrative broadcast deal in football worldwide, trailing only the Premier League, and it inspired a wave of takeovers in Ligue 1, especially from American investors and asset management companies. General American Capital Partners, a little-known firm outside of America, and almost totally unknown in Bordeaux, weren't the only asset management firm involved in the deal. Though it wasn't revealed at the time, and despite being the face of the deal, GACP were only actually minority shareholders, owning just 14% of Bordeaux, whereas King Street Capital Management, a larger investment firm based in New York, with close to $20 billion in assets under management, owned 86%. Despite King Street being the majority shareholders, GACP still wielded significant influence, as their chief executive, Joseph de Grossa, who now runs his own asset management firm out of Miami, De Grossa Capital Partners, or DCP, held a veto on all major decisions taken by the club. Within 12 months of the takeover, however, there was a leadership dispute. King Street and GACP had different visions for Bordeaux, so King Street bought out GACP's stake, removing De Grossa from the board and putting them in sole charge. There was a third party involved in Bordeaux's takeover back in 2018, also undisclosed, and that was the Fortress Investment Group, or FIG, a significantly larger still asset management company, also based in New York, with the best part of $50 billion in assets under management. Fortress was co-founded by Wes Edens in 1998, who is now the billionaire co-owner of the Milwaukee Bucks, Aston Villa, and Portuguese side Vitória. If all of these asset management firms' acronyms and initialisms are getting a bit confusing, as I said in my last Bordeaux video, I can only apologise. Basically, GACP were the face of the takeover from Groupe M6 in 2018, King Street were the actual majority shareholders, despite it not being publicly stated. They took full ownership in 2019, buying out GACP, and both the initial takeover and King Street's buyout of GACP was funded by the Fortress Investment Group. Now what, I ask you, is so confusing about any of that? Whatever dissatisfaction there may have been with Bordeaux's stagnation under Groupe M6, and their inability, along with everyone else, to compete with a PSG team bankrolled by a Gulf state, even before the confusion and opacity of their new ownership situation was revealed, there was little enthusiasm among locals for the deal. American and particularly American asset management firms have, shall we just say, a less than exemplary record within French football. From Frank McCourt at Marseille to, more recently, 7-7 partners at Red Star and Blue Co at Strasbourg, there is a broad sense of distrust among French football fans that American investment companies, hedge funds and consortiums A, know what they're doing, which is sometimes a misplaced concern based upon the stereotype that Americans don't understand football, which is common throughout much of Europe, although naturally is sometimes correct, and B, that their sole motivation is to make money, which, well, I mean, maybe that suspicion will be proven wrong one day, but so far it has been right every single time. The deal to acquire Bordeaux, given the club's size and support, the upcoming rights deal with MediaPro, and the value of their playing squad, was considered to be a bit of a bargain within the business world. During the 9 months of negotiations, Bordeaux had sold Brazilian winger Malcolm alone for €42 million, over half of the club's eventual sale price. It didn't really turn out like that, though. In King Street and GACP's first season owning the club, Bordeaux fell from 6th to 14th place, posting losses of €26 million in the process. This wasn't sustainable, but it also came as no great surprise. Even when finishing 6th, the season before the Americans arrived, Bordeaux still lost €21 million. In response, King Street made sales, allowing academy sensation Jules Koundé to join Sevilla for €25 million in the summer of 2019, followed by fellow youth team alumni Aurelien Tchouameni, who joined Ligue 1 rivals Monaco for €17.5 million in January 2020, with a further €2.5 million in future add-ons. This was viewed as a stopgap to get Bordeaux through to the 2020-21 season, when their revenue would inevitably rise massively due to the MediaPro TV deal kicking in. Or would it? Well, as you probably already know if you follow French football at all, or if you've just watched any videos about the plight of French football clubs on this channel in recent years, the LFP only received one instalment of their new deal with MediaPro's payments, followed by 2 missed payments, before the deal was terminated. It is difficult to overstate the damage that the collapse of the MediaPro deal caused. Well, I suppose if you said that it was worse than the fallout of an all-out nuclear world war, or James Corden, then that would probably be over-egging things, but in the context of French football, it was pretty bad. The MediaPro deal, which was for 80% of Ligue 1 and Ligue 2 rights, was worth €780 million a season over the next 4 years. Factor in Canal Plus's remaining 20%, greatly inflated due to the price paid by MediaPro, and the LFP would be raking close to €1 billion a season. It put Ligue 1's broadcast revenue ahead of La Liga, the Bundesliga, and Serie A, and second only to the Premier League, in a move that LFP chiefs and Ligue 1 owners alike hoped would permanently alter Ligue 1's status as the lowest ranked and least lucrative of Europe's Big 5 leagues. Serie A, incidentally, had been offered the exact same deal by MediaPro before Ligue 1, but turned it down in favour of a significantly lower offer after their due diligence unearthed concerns surrounding the company's economic viability. Imagine exercising less caution and savvy than the Italians. It's often said that the moment that the MediaPro deal collapsed, every Ligue 1 and Ligue 2 club, bar PSG, went up for sale. King Street likely never would have bought Bordeaux were it not for the MediaPro deal, and Fortress Investment Group almost certainly wouldn't have financed their takeover, nor a subsequent $15 million loan. Fortress's lack of faith in King Street and Bordeaux's ability to repay them after the MediaPro deal collapsed was made pretty evident when they offered to forgive the $50 million loan for just $30 million. Yeah, that's rarely a good sign. The LFP hastily negotiated a new deal for a cut price with Amazon, which left a more than €400 million black hole in the finances of France's professional football clubs. The LFP was willing to take that short-term hit in order to build up a long-term relationship with Amazon, who are giants in the streaming space, the third largest company in the world by revenue, and therefore, one would imagine, significantly less likely than MediaPro to go bust. The only problem, and admittedly, it is a pretty big one, is that the losses that they were willing to absorb crippled virtually every team in Ligue 1 and Ligue 2. To make matters worse, in hindsight at least, the LFP's strategic long-term partnership with Amazon didn't bear fruit, with the league's rights from the 2024-25 to the 2028-29 seasons now in the hands of DAZN and beIN. Worse still, the cut price deal that they did with Amazon, which saw the American firm paying roughly as much as Canal Plus for 4 times as many matches, angered Canal Plus, rupturing that relationship as well. The LFP's new deal with DAZN and beIN is worth a combined €500 million a season, so about half of the MediaPro and Canal Plus deal for 2020-21 to 2023-24, which is significantly less than the deals negotiated by Serie A and La Liga, roughly half the existing Bundesliga deal, and less than a third of the size of the Premier League's current domestic deal. So, not great. While French football clubs were still reeling from that news and hectically trying to balance their books with greatly reduced revenue, there was a global pandemic. The pandemic impacted all clubs, of course, with virtually every league on the planet brought to a standstill before returning without any fans. But whereas the top flights in England, Italy, Germany and Spain were put on a long-term temporary hold, the 2019-20 Ligue 1 season was actually cancelled. That meant the pain, financially, was even more intense in France, straight off the back of the MediaPro devastation. Bordeaux finished 12th on a points-per-game basis, a slight improvement on the previous season, but nowhere near returning to Europe, and even with the fairly lucrative sales of Koundé and Chouameni, external shocks saw their losses spiral to €35 million. That increased Bordeaux's total losses to €82 million in 3 seasons, more than the $82 million that King Street and GACP had paid to buy the club. Having already sold their biggest assets, the only lever that King Street had was to slash costs. 4 players were sold for a total of around €17 million in the 2020-21 season, which was still played behind closed doors, with a further 3 released. Meanwhile, Bordeaux didn't spend a single penny on incomings. In fact, the only players Bordeaux signed at all were Jean-Michel Seri on loan from Fulham and Hatem Ben Arfa on a free transfer, following a failed stint in Spain with Real Valladolid. Off the pitch, King Street were living up to all of the worst stereotypes that French football fans have of American investors. At the start of July, Bordeaux unveiled a rebrand of the club's badge. It would be fair to say that Bordeaux fans had a mixed reaction, and when I say mixed, what I mean is that it ranged all the way from, I absolutely hate this, to, which putain that idiots came up with this. Aside from not everyone loving the aesthetics, Bordeaux's executives, in their eternal wisdom, decided to remove the word de, or of, from the Bordeaux badge, as well as inverting the word Girondin and Bordeaux, meaning that, well, how do I put this? It was no longer the club's name. 11 days before the start of the season, manager Paulo Sousa walked out owing to a serious dispute with the board. It doesn't take a genius to figure out some of the issues that might have been about. The vastly experienced Jean-Louis Gasset, who spent 3 years at Bordeaux as Laurent Blanc's assistant, was appointed as his replacement in probably the best decision, and maybe the only good decision, that King Street made during their entire time at the club. At a time of chaos and tumult, Gasset brought some calm. Using all of his experience, working with an incredibly young squad, owing to Bordeaux's mass exodus and the forced promotion of youth team players in order to plug those gaps, he guided the team to a 12th place finish, albeit they were only actually 5 points above the relegation zone. Whilst games being played behind closed doors was financially ruinous for Bordeaux, for Gasset and Bordeaux's players, at this point, it may have been a blessing in disguise. Bordeaux fans, understandably, weren't exactly delighted with the club's sense of direction. Despite Gasset securing survival, Bordeaux lost a further €50 million in the 2020-21 season, taking their total losses to more than €130 million in 4 seasons, and a month before the season finished, King Street announced that they would stop funding the club's day-to-day operations, placing Bordeaux in administration. Normally, the DNCG, or National Directorate of Management Control, which is the watchdog that monitors the finances of French football clubs, would respond by automatically relegating Bordeaux, despite their league finish. The DNCG are famously, or infamously strict, requiring clubs to share with them not just their backdated accounts, but also their financial outlook for the upcoming season to make sure that everything adds up. It is the equivalent of when English clubs are put under a monitoring period by either the Premier League or EFL, having to consult with the authorities and report to them constantly, except that this is for all clubs, all of the time. It is supposed to prevent a situation precisely like the one that has just happened at Bordeaux. In Bordeaux's case, in April 2021, the DNCG showed some rare leniency in light of the MediaPro deal collapsing and COVID creating a perfect storm of financial ruin, even if Bordeaux had navigated it worse than just about anyone else. The DNCG gave Bordeaux a brief window, therefore, to source new ownership and new investment in order to provide them with a viable financial plan for the season ahead. Unfortunately, however, unlike back in November 2018, Bordeaux were no longer a particularly attractive proposition. The club's stature had fallen significantly following multiple seasons outside of Europe and flirtations with relegation. They had amassed enormous debt and, as we are about to come on to, they had a half-empty stadium which the club doesn't even own. As a result, in June 2021, Spanish-Luxembourgish businessman Gerard Lopez completed his takeover of Bordeaux. Regardless of the lack of interest in Bordeaux, this was a takeover that should never have been approved. Lopez is a man who kills football clubs easier than Harry Redknapp and with an even greater degree of personal responsibility. It should be said that this is where my last "What on earth is going on at Bordeaux" video left off, which featured this rather ominous introduction to a beautiful port city of castles, cathedrals and vineyards as we get tangled up in the vines of a football club, Girondins de Bordeaux, that was once as elegant and grandiose as the city that it calls home, but now looks as ragged as Louis XVI after the Girondins had caught and arrested him, and risks meeting the very same fate. Not on the guillotine in their case, but at the hands of football's gods. Yeah, I wish that hadn't aged quite so well. It should be said, I didn't have a crystal ball, and it didn't take a genius to figure out that Bordeaux's predicament, combined with Gerard Lopez's ownership, was always likely to be a recipe for disaster. For the uninitiated, Lopez is a man who probably first came to most people's attention when he bought out the Lotus Formula One team in 2009, now Alpine, and became their president. Under Lopez's watch, Lotus famously promised Kimi Räikkönen a €50,000 bonus in his contract for every point that he won the team while he was driving for them. Lopez viewed it as a smart negotiating tactic to get a former world champion to race for Lotus, but he perhaps underestimated Lotus's car, Räikkönen, or both. Over the next 2 years, Räikkönen won an incredible 390 points, which included winning the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, securing himself €19.5 million in bonus payments alone. The novel bonus scheme, combined with other reckless financial decisions, conspired to almost bankrupt Lotus, despite their performances on the track. When Lopez sold Lotus back to Renault in 2015, who rebranded the team back to Renault, it had several unpaid debts and was on the verge of collapse. Brace yourselves, you may start to notice something of a theme here. In 2012, when he was still the owner and president of the Lotus F1 team, Lopez announced his plans to invest €500 million in football, principally through the guise of a super agency. Likened to Gestifute at the time, the world's largest football agency, founded by George Mendes in 1996, Lopez's agency, named Kick Partners, set out a bold mission. The aim was to become the biggest agency in the world, with over 20 subsidiaries in the world's leading football countries, 5 to 10% of global market share, €50 to €100 million in net annual commissions, a payroll of more than 30 agents, and over 500 players represented. In a PowerPoint presentation that was shared with the Financial Times, a slide explaining the agency's name stated, quote, "That's why we're called Kick Partners. The opportunity is big, we will kick ass." Yeah, I know. Kick Partners' parent company was called Mangrove Founders, which Lopez owned 37.5% of, alongside Hans-Jürgen Schmitz, who was one of Lopez's two co-founders, at Mangrove Capital Partners, the investment vehicle that he co-founded in 2000, and Fidalc Investing, a little-known company with virtually no digital footprint, reported to be operating out of the British Virgin Islands. Kick Partners' strategy, like Gesterfute on steroids, was to earn money not just via commission for acting on behalf of players, but actually to own the players' rights themselves. South America, where third-party ownership was more common, would be the target market, with Kick Partners' early investments, including a 12.5% stake in future Brazilian international Gerson, and a 30% stake in then-International Academy player Alisson Farias, who now plays in the third tier of Brazilian football. In 2015, though, FIFA banned third-party ownership worldwide, putting a significant dent in the Kick Partners business model, and just months later, Rawad Cassis, who was the lead agent at Kick Partners and the face of the company's early pitch, died in his mid-30s. In 2017, Lopez confirmed that Kick Partners, the agency that was supposed to become bigger than Gesterfute, had ceased operations. When FIFA banned third-party ownership, Lopez shifted his attention to football club ownership, albeit with a very similar business model. The vehicle may have changed, a club rather than an agency, but the premise was the same: buying the rights of talented young footballers and selling them on for a profit. Up to that point, Lopez's only involvement in direct ownership had come at CS Fola S, a club from his native Luxembourg, which Lopez acquired in 2007, appointing himself as president. A €2 million payment that was made by the Lotus F1 team, owned by Lopez, to CS Fola S, a football team in Luxembourg, also owned by Lopez, which was subsequently transferred to a Hong Kong-based business owned by Eric Lux, who is the CEO of Genie Capital and co-founded the company alongside Lopez, led to criminal charges being made against Lopez in Luxembourg in 2022. Best not to skip too far ahead though. In 2017, Lopez stepped back from his involvement in Fola S and instead acquired Ligue 1 side Lille. Like Bordeaux, Lille are famed for their academy output and player development, making them an ideal prospect for Lopez. Over the next 4 years, Lille raised roughly €350 million in player sales, with the likes of Nicolas Pepe, Rafael Leao and Victor Osimhen among their most notable departees. Nonetheless, by the time that Lopez sold the club in December 2020, Lille were $150 million in debt. It should be noted, just in the interest of balance, that Lille went on to win an unlikely Ligue 1 title during the same season that Lopez sold the club, a remarkable achievement, but that doesn't change the fact that he very nearly bankrupted them. Shortly before selling Lille, Lopez bought Belgian outfit Royal XL Moucron, whom he relegated in his first season, and in his second, Moucron were relegated to the fourth tier after being refused a professional license due to financial irregularities and being €10 million in debt. Lopez subsequently filed for bankruptcy, and Moucron were dissolved. The club no longer exists, and the city of Moucron no longer has a professional football club. Before bankrupting and folding Moucron, Lopez also bought Portuguese outfit Boa Vista, who are one of only 5 clubs ever to have won the Portuguese Premier League title.
Conrad,
Yes.
nice to need your help.
Okay.
To carry the meat.
Come on.
Alright,
I'm getting up.
It is widely reported that Boa Vista ought to be facing an imminent transfer ban owing to the refusal of more than 30 payments on players. Lopez, who has been described as a friend of Vladimir Putin, also saw some of his companies reportedly named in the 2016 Panama Papers, and in 2022, he launched a tech company involved in cryptocurrencies. Of course he bloody did. Oh, and in August 2016, it was reported that Lopez donated £400,000 to the British Conservative Party as his friend Zach Goldsmith was running to become the Mayor of London. Goldsmith was accused of running a racist election campaign against the Muslim candidate Sadiq Khan, who Goldsmith tried to tie to extremism. This is the man, then, who has crippled virtually every sporting institution that he has ever touched, that French authorities took one look at as he attempted to acquire an already crisis-ridden football club and said, yeah, why not? What could possibly go wrong? As Lopez arrived, the experienced Jean-Louis Gasset, who had ensured Bordeaux survival the previous season, departed, and Lopez replaced him with Vladimir Petkovic, a man who hadn't managed in club football for 7 years. At the same time, further sales were sanctioned, most notably Yacine Adli and Toma Bassett to AC Milan and Lazio. Meanwhile, Bordeaux's first major signing in years, Fran Sergio, unsurprisingly a Brazilian, who set the club back a potential €7.5 million,